Wait a second. Why is my little Goomy not hopping around? Oh, I get it. Hold on just a moment. Enrique! Oh wait, Enrique, hello! Hold on. Wait a second. I need to make my little guy hop around. But I'm here. There, that should do it. Yay! Now I'm hopping around. Alright, hello. Yay! Alright. So we are back with the house in Fata Morgana. Oh my god, I was real tempted to like, you know, kind of play it on my own over the weekend and see what happens to Michel. But I didn't. So I am still in the dark, and I am fascinated to see what happens next. Woo! All right. Oh, oops. Not enough exercise, I guess. Ah! I didn't mean for this to happen. Wait a second. There we go. So what happened last time was, it seems like the most deeply buried secret of all is Michel's past. And, it turns out that, like, Michel never even told what really happened in his childhood, even to Giselle. And, Morgana used this against him and against Giselle. And, it seems Morgana's last-ditch effort to break Michel down was to, I'm assuming this was pretend, because I do not think Giselle would actually react this way, was like having Giselle seem disgusted at the truth, which I don't think she would be, so I'm calling bullshit on that, but we'll see. Anyway, we are now finally seeing Michel's past, and that Michel is a trans man and always seemed to want to be a man and want to be with women, but as a child he was like not able to figure out what his feelings were. So which of course is hell when you're young and developing. And now Michel is 14 in this point of the past we're in, and absolute hell is breaking loose, but just for Michel, not anybody else in the family. And now I see that Morgana knew this when she started her bargain with Giselle to be like, oh, you'll see Michel again if you become my maid forever, knowing that reconstructing Michel would mean that Michel would let Michel's reconstructions keep appearing as women, and but don't appear to have the same soul, which is why they don't recognize Giselle and seem to be cisgendered. So this is like really cruel of Morgana, like still Morgana has just been messing with them the whole time. But anyway, we're gonna see the next part in Michel's past. And I guess this will lead up to why Michel's entire family fell apart, why his mother went crazy, why his father thinks he's dead, why he got banished to a mansion, why he says his body is cursed. I guess we will. Why it's said that Michel formed a pact with the devil. I guess we'll find out. So, here we go. I woke in the middle of the night to pain in my joints. Not enough exercise, I guess. I tried bending and stretching my arms and legs, but it did nothing. So after pondering on it for a bit, I decided to go for a late night walk to distract myself. As I approached the corridor adjacent to the courtyard, I heard a woman's voice. I'm still concerned about staying here. Aime's voice. Doing my best to remain perfectly quiet, I pressed myself up against the wall by the window and listened in on their conversation. I knew it was improper to eavesdrop, but the sound of her voice had me frozen in place. It's Michel. Oh no! Aime's telling on her. Ah! I'm afraid I've confused her. A tiny jolt ran down my spine, my muscles all tensing up at once, the sound of my name rising to her lips, but not in the way I would have liked. She kissed me. Well, almost, but how could I have guessed she thought of me that way? Mother told me she didn't have any female friends and asked me to be one for her, which is why... So she had only been coming to see me because Mother had asked her to. I had been afraid of that. Afraid that she wasn't there to be with me, that she had no fondness for me, that my yearning for her was one-sided. She kind of scares me, the way she looks at me. This is so sad, no! Always watching every little move I make. I'm sensitive to that sort of thing. I can tell what's going through Michel's mind. I managed to deflect it this time, but I should have never gotten friendly with her. She had seen through me from day one, understood what I was feeling even before I had. It's disgusting. Homosexuality? Aime! Homosexuality? Did I hear her right? Something inside me crumbled, and with it came an intense sense of wrongness. There it was again, that overpowering discomfort, that fear coursing through my veins, that repulsion, that irritation, that apprehension. What on earth was I? Did I view Aime as a member of the same sex? Were the things I felt homosexual? I heard Aime sigh from beyond the window. Then the man beside her, who she was confiding all this in, replied, "She's still just a child." That voice, and one with underdeveloped social skills besides, understand that she's going to do and say some inappropriate things. It's not uncommon for a child to mistake admiration for love, and I didn't know this until recently, but when she gets into something in her head, she has a tendency to run with it without thinking. It was not the man's I had assumed it was. It was Didier. Oh. Not Georges, her, betrothed. The other day, she asked me to let her be a knight. I can't imagine how she thought that would end any other way. Why? It's not very often there are women other than Mother at the estate. I imagine she simply got nervous being around you and something got mixed up in her head. Why was Didier out there with her? I hope that's all it was. Aime, hadn't she told me you thought Georges was a gentleman? So what were you doing getting so friendly with Didier? And Didier? Weren't you my ally? Or was that all an act, like her? You were going to be a knight. So why were you out here with your brother's fiancée? I'm glad to have you here, so I hope you can figure something out to make it work. I'll do what I can, but... And I'm kind of reluctant to say this to you, but something has to change. As it is, she kind of grosses me out. No, this is so sad to hear. This is like the worst thing you could possibly overhear. She grosses me out. So what? I was some kind of sick, disgusting creature? All I had done was show feelings for her. I couldn't be Georget or Didier. Ugh. The needles piercing me expanded, both in size and number. Soon I was being skewered by a dozen of them, and the heated sighs rising from the courtyard only served to make the pain worse. All I could do was cover my ears and run. Heated sighs, so they were messing around? Wait a second. Oh my god, things are so messed up. Why? What were you doing out there, Didier? How am I gross, Aimee? Ugh, it's not real. It's all a bunch of lies. This entire house is nothing but a fraud. Ugh. None of it was ever real. The family gatherings, Aimee's smiles, Didier's kindness, Georget's... What about Georget? Did he agree to the marriage knowing about them? What the hell are they thinking? You want to know who's really disgusting? Ugh. Ugh. God damn it. I will not cry. I will not cry. I can't let myself... Girls cry. Tears are for girls, not for me. I bit down hard on my lip, wrapped myself in my sheets, and pressed my hands hard over my ears. Squeezed my eyes shut, as tight as I could manage, tried to get away from the things I had seen. Images of them embracing in the night threatened to float back to the surface, but I shook my head, casting them off. Praying I wouldn't have any nightmares, I drifted off to sleep. This is awful! It was like the worst day of Michel's life. The next day, I awoke with a terrible fever. I hovered in a sweltering wave of heat, unable to tell dream and reality apart, listening to a seemingly endless stream of cracking noises. The sounds were coming from inside my body. I thought I was falling apart. Mother was horribly worried. I had never been the most healthy child, but I'd never fallen this ill either. I couldn't get out of bed. My voice was raspy, like an old woman's. I was genuinely afraid I would wither away and die. Mother called in doctor after doctor to see me, but they all said it was the flu. That bodily pain was common with a fever. While there was a doctor in the house, Mother was able to remain relatively calm. But once they were gone, the anxiety came back. She stayed with me day and night, even for going sleep. Her hands gripped mine. They held me fast. She had her head bowed as if in prayer. Don't worry. It'll be all right, Michel. Yeah, back in like the 1000s, people could be fucking like knocked down and drop dead from a cold. It'll be all right, Michel. God is watching over you. He will protect you. You are his child. You are his angel sent to earth. He will not forsake you. The doctors say it's just the flu. Though her words seemed to be directed at me, there was a vacantness in her voice, as if they were really for herself. For so long she had wanted a daughter. I couldn't understand her fixation, but seeing her there through my cloudy eyes, I wanted to apologize for ever thinking spending time with her was agonizing. "How are you feeling? Your mother's here for you. Don't worry." But the only sound that came from my mouth was a faint gasp. I drifted in and out of sleep, Mother's hand wrapped around my own, and I had numerous dreams. In my dreams, I was a man. In my dreams, I was Didier, and I was Georges. In my dreams, I fell in love with Aimee, and in my dreams, I loved her. You're disgusting. But with one word, the dreams twisted into nightmares. Oh no! That's exactly what Morgana had Giselle say to him. That's terrible. My body was torn into fleshy chunks, and I sunk into the darkness. Several days later, my fever was gone, like it had never been there. However, what the? My voice did not recover. And when I attempted to climb from my bed, the murderous pain in my joints came rushing back. Instead of my feet, I landed on my face. My voice was unbelievably deep. And the pain only got worse. Every time I took a breath, it felt like someone hammering a spike into the back of my neck. It felt like my body was falling apart, like my dreams were becoming reality. Michel! Michel! When Mother scrambled into my chambers, I remembered the time she had spent at my bedside, and a wave of relief came over me. I reached my hand out in a show of vulnerability, but she didn't take it. She couldn't take it. Mother... What's wrong with your voice, Michel? I see. You're still not feeling well, are you, Michel? A look of restrained fear on her face, Mother stepped toward me, placing her hand on my forehead. Her palm felt hot against my skin. You don't have a fever, but I hurt all over. My joints. You're still sick, Michel. But don't worry, you'll be fine in no time. Now back to bed with you. You're a girl. You're a girl, so you shouldn't be sitting on the floor. It's bad for your back. As Mother repeated the phrase, "You're a girl," again and again, that nagging sense that something wasn't quite right grew more distinct. Was I really sick? Was this actually my voice now? And if it was, what was I turning into? My voice was certainly not a girl's voice. My voice never went back to normal, though, so Mother ordered me to remain in my room. I hadn't recovered yet, and so as long as I was sick, I couldn't be let out. Again, something felt wrong about her calling it a sickness, but I had no evidence to the contrary. I had no way to know I wouldn't get others sick if I exposed them, as she claimed, so I had no choice but to do as she said. In time, Mother, too, stopped visiting me, and the only people I saw were servants. They did their jobs, but refused to look me in the eye. No one else came to see me, though. Not Aimee, Didier, or Georges. Just because of Michel's voice? 1 month passed, then 2, then 3. Occasionally, the pain in my joints would withdraw. At other times, it would worsen. Whenever I would drift off to sleep, I would hear the sound of my own joints creaking. I would dream of a woman standing in the courtyard, her soft chestnut hair fluttering in the wind as she twirled to face me, a smile on her face and her breasts exposed. One day, after around 6 months of servants refusing to make eye contact, I stopped one and made a request to have a mirror brought to my room. While he didn't acknowledge me, the next day I had my mirror. By that point, I was fairly certain I knew what was happening to my body. I had no clothes to wear, because none of the multicolored dresses hanging in my wardrobe fit me anymore. Pulling the heavy red cloth covering the mirror aside, my completely naked body came into view. Something resembling a mix of a chuckle and a sigh of pity spilled from my lips. This is me. 6 months. After only 6 months' time, I could hardly recognize myself. Extending my hand for the mirror, I traced the outline of my bony reflection. My shoulders lacked mother's curves, and my skin I made sheen. I was pale and haggard, but structurally I looked like my brothers. Obviously, being younger than them and not as active, my muscles lacked any kind of strength. But I wouldn't have batted an eye if I saw myself holding a sword. I was a full head taller than I had been 6 months earlier, and I felt an odd certainty that I wasn't done growing either. Staring at myself in the mirror, I traced my name across the surface. Michel. Don't need the last two. Michel. For the first time in my life, I liked my name. I still didn't think an angel's name suited me one bit, but it was staggering how different it felt now, even if it sounded exactly the same. Those last 2 letters changed the meaning entirely, turning it from a girl's name to a boy's name. Now this makes sense. Everything was falling into place. My admiration for Didier, the envy I had for my brother's bodies, the feelings I had for Aimee, the indecent dreams I'd been having. I was always male. Just went through late puberty at 14, I guess. Oh, Alone, hello! I got so sucked in I didn't look at the chat. Let me know if any audio's off, like if the music's too loud or my voice is too quiet or anything. I cackled like a fool for the first time in my life. I laughed so hard at the sight of myself, my stomach hurt. It was the first glimmer of light I'd seen in this locked room for far too long. This is what I was supposed to look like. My life up until 6 months ago, constricted and uncomfortable, my life as a girl, was all a lie. No one could possibly look at me and call me an angel. I don't know, I think you look kind of angelic. I was always a boy, but I had been told I was a girl, forced to act like one. Of course that wouldn't feel right. Everything is wonderful. Good. They needed to know. I couldn't be the only one who understood. Everyone in this house needed to. Fueled by this one desire, I wrapped a sheet over my shoulders and threw open the door. Oh my god, it's gonna come off even worse if you don't have clothes, but I guess you don't have choice. You don't have any fitting clothes in your room. It seemed ridiculous how long I had followed Mother's instructions and remained cooped up in my room. And now I felt fantastic. If there truly was a God in heaven, then this This change within me was his answer to my prayers. A manservant carrying a tray of food did a double take as I passed him. The farther I proceeded through the corridors, the more eyes I felt on me. The midday sun shone obnoxiously bright through the windows. But now, with its piercing radiation illuminating my proper self, I felt an odd affection for the light. I could hear the family gathered in the great hall, everyone but me. Didier's voice complained about the simple meals the church provided, but his pride came through in his laughter. Georget's voice playfully bragged about life at the royal court. Father's voice informed everyone his investments had borne fruit, and with the money, he had purchased several new estates, including the mansion? Mother's voice was distinctly less bright than the rest of the family's. She gave vague, empty indications she was listening, but mostly stayed out of the conversation. Aimé's voice sang her praises for Georget, her beloved husband, so they got married. Never mind the fact that she was sleeping with Didier. It was all a facade, a mere shadow of a family. It's a shame Michel couldn't be here. Then we would have everyone. I was there. I was right there. I hadn't gone anywhere. You had just locked me in my room. I hope she recovers soon. I was never sick at all. The child you called Michel was actually your son. That was all there was to it. Huh? What? Everyone's gazes concentrated on me. I gave them all a quick glance, and then with my deepened voice, I said, I am cured. I was cured 6 months ago. Who are you? Surely you haven't forgotten my face, have you? Father? Michel? Michel? This boy is Michel? A wave of chatter spread through the hall. Mother went pale. Father objected. Didier stared. Georget gaped. Aimée watched cautiously, fear in her eyes. What a farce. They were the ones who had wrongly decided I was a girl. What's going on? Someone tell me, what is the meaning of this? You were dressing your son up like a girl, Mother? I assumed he was a girl. Otherwise, I wouldn't have put my hands on him like that. You lied to me. I would never have agreed to it had I known. No, you're wrong. Michel's my daughter. You call that a girl? All these months I was worried because he said he was sick. But that was all a lie. You couldn't pass him off as a girl anymore, so you locked him up in his room. Is that what this is? And you could have just stayed there. What possessed you to show yourself now? How rude. Do you want to be locked up in a room, Aimée? Stop that. Don't look at me. Don't give me that look. You said you can tell what's going through my mind, didn't you? What? Then you should know exactly how I feel about you right now. Don't be so damned full of yourself. I have no interest in a whore like you. So why don't you go cry into Didier's arms? You... What? Huh? What are you talking about? Why Didier? Why not me? What? Hey, anyone want to explain that for me? What had once been a nice family meal was now utter chaos. For the briefest moment, I felt sorry for Georget, but that whisked away almost immediately. There was a crash from the table, and dishes fell, shattering against the floor. Cursed! A chilling darkness oozed from her voice. She's cursed! She was my daughter. I saw it with my own eyes. I gave birth to her. She was a girl. Michel was a girl. A malevolent curse has been placed upon her. When Mother lifted her head, I had difficulty believing she was the same woman who had sat beside my bedside as I lay sick, sacrificing sleep to care for me. Her hair was a frazzled mess, and deep creases covered her face. Restrain her! Throw her in her room and lock the door! She's a girl! A girl! She was a girl, I swear it! Open your eyes! Do I sound like a girl? Do I look anything like a girl? Mother's cries sent me into a frenzy. I ripped the sheet off my shoulders, throwing it to the floor. I am not a girl! So you're just naked there in front of everybody? And shouted, Eek! Restrain her! Please, someone restrain her! Fear reigned in the great hall. But then, several moments of icy silence were broken by a muttering that shocked me as much as anyone else. You're not a boy or a girl. What? What on earth are you? PP time. Yeah. You're an abomination. Oh no! That was the phrase that kept echoing in his head. In the mansion. You're not a boy. You're an abomination. What? I had seen myself in the mirror. I was undoubtedly male. Lacking in strength though they may have been, I had visible muscles. My chest was flat, and I was taller than a girl should be. My voice was deep, and I had an obvious lump in the middle of my throat. I was male. I had to be male. What else could I be? So why was I May looking at me like some kind of strange creature? A chill ran down my spine, and I suddenly found myself deeply uncomfortable being so exposed. There's nothing there. You've got nothing there. Nothing there? I didn't understand what she was talking about. Unable to press further, I fell silent. Intersex who had male puberty back in 1000s, they had no idea what this was. Yeah. I guess we're finding out. I think it's more like Michel never had any kind of sex ed and has no idea what's going on. At which point, several servants burst into the great hall and restrained me. She's a girl. She's my daughter. Mother, seemingly in a mad daze, just repeated the same thing over and over. She was a girl! As Mother wailed, she wandered off somewhere. I meant, like, I think, Michel probably has little idea about genitalia because nobody told him anything. That's what I mean. Father stood there in silence. Aimee stared at me with disgust in her eyes. Georget was still in a panic, and Didier clenched his fists. Eventually, I started regaining my composure, which is when I realized I had made a mistake. My sickness had been made into a curse. I was once more caged up in my room. In addition to the door being locked from the outside, the windows were boarded over so no one could see in, leaving me in perpetual darkness. I received no visitors except the servants, and again, none of them would look me in the eye. Every day was the same, day in and day out, day in and day out. The only time the routine changed was when, on occasion, a servant would arrive bearing a letter. It was my mother's handwriting on the parchment. We lived in the same house, yet she refused to show herself before me. I had no choice but to respond to her letters. She demanded I speak like a girl, and I didn't have the strength to defy her. There was a constant sense of urgency to her letters, like she might fall apart completely at any second. And so I did as she said. I signed each letter Michel, the female name she had bestowed upon me at birth, which I so despised. Every time I used that name, I felt like I was denying my own identity. On paper, she expressed her concern for me. That concern only served to cause me more pain. So every time I took up my quill, my hands trembled. Mother prayed daily that my curse might one day be broken. Am I cursed? Is that why my body changed? Was it not because I was male? There's nothing there. What did she mean by that? Why did she look at me the way she did? How am I an abomination? Why? I don't understand. Someone, anyone, please tell me. Someone, please! I've brought your supper. I will be back shortly to retrieve your dishes. I'll be going then. Wait. What? Wait a minute. Yes? What do you need, Michel? Are you a man or a woman? Pardon? Which are you? I am exactly what I appear to be. Which are you? I am a man. If that is all, I will be going now. Clothes off. What? Take your clothes off right now. Everything, even your underclothes. What? Surely you jest, Michel. I am very serious. I could not possibly. Why not? I could not expose myself. I ordered you to take off your clothes. You mean to humiliate me? I beg you, please reconsider. What are you? You're a servant of the Bollinger estate. And what am I? I am a child of the Bollinger family. I may be locked up, imprisoned in this room, but that doesn't make you any less my servant. Am I wrong? Clothes off. Michel! I ordered you to take your clothes off. Ugh. Not even the tiniest sliver of guilt arose in my conscience. I felt no shame in what I was doing. All that mattered to me was figuring out what I may had meant. I wanted to find the truth, not knowing I would have been better off in the dark. His face twisted in humiliation. The servant undressed before me. In the dim candlelight, the man's body was shaped almost like a rectangle, and at a glance, he didn't appear much different than me. A second later, though, I found my answer. I found the one crucial thing he had that I didn't. Why? My lower body lacked the part that made a man a man. Are you satisfied, Michel? It was then that I finally learned what a man's body was supposed to look like. I'm begging you, please allow me to dress. It would be an unbearable shame to remain unclothed any longer before the young Bollinger daughter. Daughter? You still insist on calling me a damned girl? Look at these shoulders, my chest, listen to my voice. How can you possibly think any of that belongs to a girl? But how you appear does not... There was this distinct look of fear in the manservant's eyes, not out of respect for a difference in rank, but out of disgust for this incomprehensible thing standing there before him. Those trembling eyes, and the reality dangling there before me, blew the lid out once more off everything I had been holding back. Without that, you would be no different than me. What? Everything else is all the same. So why does it make such a difference that you have one and I don't? Michel? I am a man. I'm a man just like you. I am no one's daughter. Yeah, I know, alone. And if you still insist we're not the same, then I'll make you like— No! Michel! Don't! No! Stop it. Without that, you're no different than me. No! Don't do it! No! It was a mix of dread and panic that pushed me over the edge. No! And so, in order to keep myself afloat, I decided to bring another pain. Please don't do this, Michel. In a blind frenzy, hardly even aware of what I was doing, just riding the current of my erupting emotions. Don't do it! No! I swiped a knife off the tray the man had brought, knocked him down, and climbed onto him. No! I'll get rid of it. I'll make you the same. No! Without it, you'll be just like me. Get off me, please. This servant's just going to work. Don't do this to him, Michel. This is just a job. Someone help. I'll make you just like me. Get in here. Someone. Anyone. Michel. She's delirious. Through the fog of hysteria, I suddenly realized I was surrounded by several servants, and next thing I knew, I was on the floor beneath them. Oh God. He didn't go through with it. I'm so glad. There were as many, if not more than them, as when I had made a scene in the Great Hall. A dozen men servants stared down at me, their eyes filled with fear and revulsion, and in the shadows beyond the crowd, I saw Mother looking in on me with vacant eyes. Mother, why will you only speak to me through letters? Why do you say I'm cursed? Mother, I'm male. I was always male. Tell me that I am, Mother. Let me out of here, please. I'm not delirious. My head is perfectly clear. I'm normal. There's nothing wrong with me. I'm not cursed. Mother, say something. Mother! After that, I was shut in my room again, and even the servants stopped coming. I pushed and I shoved and I pulled and I pounded with all my strength, but the door and windows didn't budge. A day passed and then another. With no food or water, I started fearing death was upon me. I'd had no idea how miserable it was to go so long without water. What the fuck? They're not even giving Michel water? My throat was dry and cracked, and it felt like it was on fire, making breathing difficult. 2 days, 48 long hours. I felt like I was going to lose my mind. After just 2 days, my skin stretched tight across my bones, looking hard and dry in the soft candlelight. Water. I need water. Someone, please, give me water. Why won't anyone bring me any? Why? Ugh! My family had abandoned me and were leaving me to die in this room. When I realized that, I broke into uncontrollable shaking. The helplessness threatened to suffocate me. Fear of death turned to panic, which only scrambled my already confused mind further. I grabbed a chair, swinging it at the window, at the door. But all my attempts ended in crushing failure. Because you're too weak sauce, Michel. Your arms are like little twigs. Anyone! I clawed at the door, begging for help. Someone, open the door! I mean, this is the 1000s. They have to have, like, single pane windows. Like, Michel's just weak sauce, cannot break the window. Anyone! Water! I need water! 1 drop, that's all I need. I'm going to die in here! Someone! Anyone! Mother! Father! DDA! Georges! Someone open the door, please! Help me! Someone! I need water! My throat hurts. It burns. I'm so weak. Someone, water! DDA! Georges! Ah! Anyone! But not a single soul came to the door. With no food or water, the 3rd day came and went, and then the 4th. By that point, I was expectedly devoid of any sense of dignity, and I sat there covered in all manner of human filth, as my body quickly wasted away. Still, I clung to the vain hope that someone would open that door. Oh my God, this is awful. It was all I had. Occasionally, I would hear footsteps. Whenever I did, I mustered up what meager strength I had left to bang on the door. Whoever's there, please, open the door. I'm begging you, someone. But my pleas fell on deaf ears. Although they didn't respond to me, I could hear the Abigails muttering to one another in the corridor. Did you hear that? Yes, I did. I wonder what's gotten into Lady Michel. They say she was cursed. Maybe she sold her soul to the devil. How dreadful. We should stay away from that door if we don't want to be cursed too. I am not cursed. I did not sell my soul to the devil. I'm kind of scared. I might have to find work somewhere else. Gotta make sure we stay away from that door. Why do you think I'm cursed? I never did anything wrong. Lady Michel has lost her mind. She's deranged. I'm scared even thinking about her. I am not deranged. My mind is perfectly fine. She's right crazy. She's right mad. No, I'm not. I'm perfectly normal. Someone, please get me out of here. The 5th and then the 6th day passed. How are you not dead? And by that point, I was hovering on death's brink. Oh my God. I lacked even the willpower to hold myself up against the door, so I simply lay on the cold floor waiting for the end. I felt no sorrow, no anger, no despair, nothing. I had been sucked completely dry. I couldn't even compose a coherent thought. Yeah, right when I said that, I thought it was like 7 days. So getting really close. Which is why when the door I'd so yearned to open actually did, and someone stepped inside standing over me, I was unable to process it. My God, what a mess. Hey, are you still alive? Well, look at that. I was afraid you would be dead. It was Aime's voice. What the fuck, Aime? What a bitch. I'm sorry, really. I didn't mean you much harm. What the fuck? What a bitch. But after what you said in front of the whole family, I was a little upset. I couldn't tell what she was saying. All I could hear were garbled sounds, and all I could do was moan at her. Depends on the environment, age, and other things how long you can survive. Yeah. The servants are all afraid of you now after your little episode. So I volunteered to bring you your food in their place. Everyone was so grateful. I don't think anyone likes you anymore. Eventually, my muddy mind managed to make sense of the thing she was holding in her hands. A tray of food. I could smell it from here. At first, I just gave your food to a stray cat. I wish you could have seen it devouring every last bit. I hate her! God, Michelle, you have bad taste. Water. Three days, so it's like a miracle Michelle is even alive. What I didn't know, though, was that people can die in just a few days without water. I never intended to kill you. I just didn't know. So I'm really sorry about that. Water. But you're alive. For someone so physically weak, you sure are tenacious. Isn't that nice? You have one thing you can be proud of. Water. What was that? Water? You want water? Hold on, I've got some right here. She picked up a goblet with her delicate fingers. My hands swiped weakly at the air, trying to grab it. A grin spread across her lips, and then she let go. You bitch! You bitch! Go on, drink. You better hurry or the rug will absorb it all. You wanted water, didn't you? Then drink. In that moment, I could hear the sound of the last of my dignity crumbling away. Driven solely by my survival instinct, I bent down toward the rug, pressing my lips against the spreading puddle. You really did it. This is too good, Michelle. You look like a cat. No, cats are much more graceful. I can't stop laughing. The daughter of a prestigious family, the Bollingshays, sucking water out of a carpet. Oh, I wish I had a painter here to capture this image on canvas. So, you know, accept that I made a mistake, Michelle. Assume the rug is also filthy. I know, because, I think it implied that because she couldn't leave the room, there's like poop and pee everywhere, and that Michelle was literally in front of the door for days without moving. I promise I'll bring you your food from now on. I'll take very good care of you. No! No! We gotta yell at Didier or Georges. Ah! This is going to be fun. Listening to her childish yet deeply malicious laughter, I understood. I was her plaything now. My hell was only just beginning. Oh my god, the mansion is like fantastic compared to this. At this point, no one is going to believe Michel. Oh god, I know. I know, everyone's convinced that he's insane. Having gotten food and water, my body recovered somewhat, but I was hardly in peak condition. That would take some time given how badly malnourished I had been. I may continue to treat me like her pet, constantly stoking the flame of rage within me. But I was too weak to stay on my feet for long, and talking hurt my throat. I assume it was a calculated effort on her part to maintain power over me, to keep me as miserable as possible. She always had a smirk on her face as she gazed down on me. Come on, open up. Today I'm going to feed you myself. What's the matter? I can't put anything in your mouth with your mouth closed. Or do you want to starve to death? I may. Why are you doing this? Why? Because it's fun. Why else? You married into this family, you sick wench. What gives you the idea you can treat me? Are you saying that because I married in, I'm of lesser stature than you? That's true, I am. But what's your point? You think you can intimidate me with formalities? I may. Ew, would you rather not speak my name, if you wouldn't mind? That doesn't excuse your treatment of me. Someone, Didier or Georget, will make you pay for this. You don't have a single friend here, Michel. No one to take your side. And no one to say a thing about me playing with you. Assuming you were somehow able to tell someone, no one would believe you. That's a lie. Do you have any idea what people say about you? They say you've gone mad. They say you've sold your soul to the devil. Do you honestly believe anyone would trust you? I am not mad. I don't know. You look plenty mad to me. Ugh. Fine. Then I'll run away. I'll escape from this estate and from you. You think you could survive out in the world with that body? A stray cat could lift more than you. You'd never find work. I give you a week at best. You can't be so sure of that. Maybe I could make it on my own. Maybe, but either way, there's no way you're getting out. You try to run, someone might just cut your legs off. How is that at all necessary? Don't ask me. Maybe because your curse hasn't broken? You know, you're lucky you're even allowed to live. Ugh. And you should be grateful to me for volunteering to take care of you. Nobody else wanted to have anything to do with it. So if you want to keep living, you have to show me some respect, and you have to do everything I tell you to. Understood? So this is the real you? You were just pretending to be respectable, when in reality, not only are you sleeping with Didier, you're a downright vile woman. You've been putting on an act ever since you got here. Oh, you make it sound like I'm somehow worse than anyone else. I'm quite normal, thank you. How is this normal? Listen to me, Michel. The side of me you see right now isn't necessarily the whole thing. The sweet girl I am for the family is also me. And when I held you in my arms, that too was me. I'm not putting on an act. Liar! Although, to tell you the truth, I never actually liked you, so that part was a lie, yes. If Mother hadn't asked, I would have never even considered getting friendly with you. I may! You know, life as a noblewoman is so dull. It's so restrictive. No room for love at all. So can you really blame me? There so happened to be the most wonderful night right there for the taking. Why shouldn't I have gone after him? I'm still young. Let me have some fun, you know? Not like women have much else in the way of recreation. So it wasn't Didier, but you who seduced him. And it all would have worked out beautifully too, if only you had kept your mouth shut. You ruined our family gathering and damaged my reputation. And you called me a whore. That wasn't very nice, now, was it? Is it any surprise that I'm a little sore? You brought this on yourself, Michel. I brought this on myself? Don't you dare! Nothing justifies what you're doing to me. I'm not the disturbed one. You're a crazy whore, and don't you try to pretend otherwise, damn you! Oh my, such language. You're not being very nice to me, Michel. Girls aren't supposed to talk like that, you know? I am not a girl! Then what are you? I'm a man! A man! With that body? I May quietly rose, Ugh! Grabbed me by my hair, and shoved me to the floor. Let go of me! You call yourself a man? You can't even get out of a girl's grip. Ugh! I'm not all that strong either. In fact, I'd say I'm rather weak. Just a small, powerless girl. If you were a man, you'd have no problem breaking free, malnourished or otherwise. But you can't. Get? She traced the lines of my emaciated ribs with her nails, traveling slowly down my chest. But even ignoring that, you're missing the most important part. Stop! Get off me! I tried to shove her aside with all the strength I could squeeze out of my arms. Oh, God. You can't do anything against anyone. You can't even get yourself off the ground. But as I May said, I couldn't even overpower a girl. All I could do was lie there beneath her and beg, "Get off me!" groaning in anger and frustration. Her finger came to a stop just above my navel. She looked up at me with a sweet smile, and then pulled her hand away. And just as a wave of relief spread through me, she shoved me back, jumped up, and slammed her foot between my legs. No! I shuddered as the pain jolted up my spine. I May look down on me as I screamed. A smirk spread across her face. Oh my, does that hurt? There's a surprise. Even without boy parts, it still hurts. Stop, please. And she didn't stop at stepping on me. I'm begging you, stop, please. She dug her toes into my flesh. What are you, exactly, Michel? From the feel of it, you don't quite have a proper girl parts either. I May, please. On top of the physical pain, unbearable humiliation and shame corroded away at my spirit. What a strange creature you are. Stop! If I could have died right then and there, honestly, that would have been preferable to the emotional hell she was putting me through. You should take a look at yourself in a mirror, Michel. You're crying, sobbing like a sad little girl. Not much of a boy, are you? And you lusted after me with this body. Seriously, you're disgusting. I can't believe you actually had the gall to fall for me. I May's abuse was not a one-time occurrence. As she had promised, she came to feed me every day, but her arrival brought nothing but anguish and torture. Every day she chipped away more of my spirit, but I hadn't succumbed to her yet. My anger still overpowered any fear I felt. About a week after I May started caring for me. Have you been a good girl, Michel? I brought you your supper. I'll set it right here for you. What's the matter, Michel? Your food's right there. It's going to get cold. Go on, eat. Ooh, hunger strike time? But no using your hands. Crawl over and use your mouth. Come on, eat. Or would you rather I fed you? You. What was that? Do you have something to say? I'll kill. I can't understand a word you're saying, Michel. If you would eat, you would have enough strength to talk. You. Huh? I'm going to kill you. I May! That was, I believe, the first time in my life I had felt a sincere, overpowering desire to end someone's life. I wanted to see her dead, with my hands and legs tied up. She had tied him up? I lurched for her. Like the dog she wanted me to be, I chomped down on her wrist. The taste of someone else's blood was far more unpleasant than I had expected. I felt like I was going to vomit. But I was determined not to let go of her wrist for any reason. I would gnaw through to the bone and rip her entire hand off. She could beat me unconscious and I still wouldn't let go. She would have to kill me to get me off of her. I wanted her to feel the same pain I felt when she trampled on me. Let go! My body never did what I wanted it to, though. I could swear on my life I wouldn't release her arm, but I could never seem to make good on my determination. Aimee's foot flew up into my emaciated gut. The pointed tip of her shoe dug into my flesh like a knife, and I collapsed to the floor in a fit of convulsions. And just as I was about to cough up a mouthful of stomach acid, she rammed her foot into my abdomen a second time. She didn't even give me enough time to get to my feet, let alone fight back before she kicked me again. Again and again and again and again. Stop. My gut, my chest, my legs, and my face. You kicked him in the face? What's wrong with you? Oof. Yeah, everything's going real well, Gravy Robber, except the story itself. We are in the dark times. This is like some really intense, horrible shit going on. But anyway, welcome. I'm glad you've been lurking. Don't you get it? You're not the one in control here. You should be thanking me. What you did to me that day was incredibly hurtful. Yet here I am bringing you your food. Can you not see just how kind-hearted I am? I agree, this is true horror. So why would you go and bite me? What would possess you to do such a thing? Literally bite the hand that feeds you, but the most like abusive hand ever. Oops. Gasping for breath, my consciousness slipping away from me. I didn't lose anything, did I? No. I caught a glimpse of Aimee's eyes as she swung her leg back for another kick. And when I did, a single word rose to my mind. Demon. Isn't that something? You can't even stand up to a girl. I'm not that strong. I'm weak and frail. This is the first time I've ever kicked someone. I have absolute control over you, Michel. You understand that now, right? You learned your lesson, didn't you? Not an ounce of strength remained within me. My tongue and cheeks were torn up, and my mouth tasted of blood. Thinking herself weak and having no experience in the ways of physical violence, she knew no restraint. The ignorant can be so much more brutal and viciously relentless than the seasoned. My vision had gone red, and I could hardly feel my own face. There was a strange gurgling sound with every breath I took. Ah, geez, what am I going to do about this hand? It hurts like crazy. Oh, I know. I'll tell everyone you finally lost it, and tried to bite my hand off. They'll all feel so bad for me. Hopefully they'll give the feeding to somebody else. Literally anybody would be better than you. I can just see the sad looks on Didier and Georges' faces. They will not... You know, your brothers have completely given up on you. A deranged sister is nothing but trouble. You know what you are, Michel? You're a demon child. Why was I the demon and not her? Why did no one come to my aid? Several times I considered ending my life, but every time I did, memories of better days came back to me. Of the times before my body had transformed. The days when we were all so sure of our happiness kept me chained to life. Why couldn't things still be the way they had been then? In my heart, I hadn't changed at all. So how had things ended up like this? Michel! Oh, Michel, are you in there? Oh, is this the dreams, the memories? Did you need something, Georges? Oh, come on, don't be like that. Do I have to need something to talk to you? No, but you looked like you were in an unusually good mood, so I thought, well, why wouldn't I be? It's a wonderfully gloomy day out. I would understand if it were clear out, but can you really say it's wonderfully gloomy? Well, you can't be outside for very long when it's not cloudy, so in our case, this is perfect weather. What do you say we go for a little stroll while we can? Dee's around today too, so we can see if he's up for it. It'll be like old times. We've been running around like headless chickens lately, so we haven't had much of a chance for a sibling outing. We'll have Mom make us a lunch and then... Ooh, we'll take a couple of horses up to the forest's edge. I'm fine with that if you are. You bet your bum I am. I asked after all. Now come on, let's go. The better memories. An outing, you say? Yep. Hop on a couple of horses and head for the forest. We haven't done this in a while, so I figured why not? I see. Well, if Michel is coming, I see no reason to say no. Let's set off right away. Whoa, slow down there. Are you saying you wouldn't go if it was just me? It's Michel or nothing. Of course, why on earth would I want to go horse riding alone with you? I would rather drown myself. Let gasp! DDA? Should I perhaps make a small request? Go on, let's hear it. Do you mind if I hold the horse's reins? Oh, that's all? By all means. I'll be there behind you to make sure nothing happens, so have at it. But do be warned, my horse is a bit temperamental. If you're not gentle, he'll start getting moody with you. I doubt that will be a problem for you though, Michel. I'll be careful. Hey, whoa, slow down, guys. Look at that, Michel. Georges is still fumbling around all the way back there. Are we going a bit too fast? No, you're fine. That you were able to get past that so quickly is proof of your talent. Finally caught up. This isn't a race, you know. Why can't we enjoy the scenery, indulge in some nice pathos? A warrior and his horse need not of pathos. Isn't that right, Michel? It certainly is, DDA. Come on, you guys. This was my idea. You've really taken after old D, haven't you, Michel? I, for one, rather see you admiring flowers, or dancing with butterflies, or gazing out at a beautiful sunset, or enjoying poetry. More pathos, dear sister, and less barbarism. Long swords, suits of armors, and tale of heroic knights are so much more appealing, though. You've let him get your claws in too deep, Michel. Oh dear, oh my, I'm gonna have 2 meathead siblings before I know it. What did you just call me? Now, you two. Why don't we stop here for a picnic? Seconded. My stomach's been rumbling up a storm. I took a few bites earlier because I was about to die back there. I hope your horse throws you into a river. Oh, they're so cute. Hey, so the other day I brought a cat home. A cat? Yep, speckled from head to tail and ugly as a witch's arse. I was gonna keep it in my room, but Mom flipped when she saw it. Keep that filthy thing out of my house! Wish there was something we could do about how much of a clean freak she is. Thank you, Gravy Robber. I haven't drank water in a while. Ah, thank you. Georget, try not to stress Mother too much. You're unpredictable enough as it is. It would be nice, though, to have a cat, I mean. You think so? Then how about this? We'll keep it in the courtyard. I'll feed it on days when it's clear, and you can do it when it's cloudy, Michel. I don't know what cats eat, though. Yeah, gotta keep those V-chords moist. That's right. Thank you, Gravy. Alright, I'm gonna actually take another sip. It sure is a lot of talking. I bet you'd like pastries. Do not feed a cat pastries. Do you want to kill the cursed thing? The cursed thing? I cannot approve of anyone taking care of an animal who thinks that's a good idea. Sorry. I'll pull the stick out of your arse, D. Life's all about experimentation. Live and learn. Don't experiment on animals. Well, if you're gonna be like that, how about you help out too? You can keep an eye on us and make sure we don't do anything stupid. What? Now you're trying to drag me into this? Already done. You're in. It's settled. Damn it, Georget. Now we need to come up with a name. Have any ideas, Michel? What? You want me to name it? Not very often you get to give another living thing a name. Well, I guess you might have a few more chances down the road. Consider this practice. Something elegant and beautiful. You've got this. Now, Georget, don't put so much pressure on her. You have a point, though. It is a good opportunity. Don't stress too much about it, Michel. Just choose something you like. You said the cat was speckled and ugly? Yep, one look and you'll be laughing so hard you can't breathe. All right, then. Ugly Speckles. That's its name? It would seem you do not have a future in the arts, Michel. But you said it was ugly and speckled, Georget. I did, yes, but you could have tried a little harder than that, though. But you know, why not? Ugly Speckles it is. It's actually kind of charming when you say it out loud. Ugly Speckles. It's not that funny. It is quite something indeed. The more I think about it, the more I... Not you too, DDA. We should bring Ugly Speckles on our next outing. Sitting together beneath the clouds, having lunch. That we should. When Michelle's gotten a little bigger, let's do this again. The three of... Oh, fuck. Let's do this again. The three of us and our ugly speckled cat. You said it. We're all good friends here after all. They need to all three go out on a picnic with Ugly Speckles. I've never been your friend, though. God, must you always be such a jerk? DDA, Georget. Was I May telling the truth? Do you really think I'm nothing but trouble? Do you think I've lost my mind? That I'm a demon child? DDA, Georges, why do you not open this door for me and let me out? Were the things I said that day really so heinous? Do you resent me too, like I may? DDA, Georges, how do you think about me now? Is this body really so unusual? If I hadn't undergone the transformation I did, would things still have been the way they were before? Would we be able to go out to that forest again and make silly, meaningless conversation, everyone laughing like we had then? If this body hadn't changed the way it did, would I not be trapped in this darkness? Oh, new follower. Oh, hello. Thank you, Zerayo. Thank you for following. Welcome. Pain. I know we're in so much pain right now. Even if that were the case, I didn't want to be a girl. If God descended from heaven and offered to change me back, I would have turned him down, because inside, I wasn't a girl. And my nightmare at Aime's hands didn't end there either. This game has like really sucked me in. There's like so much pain, but also like over the weekend when, you know, my streaming days were off, I couldn't stop thinking about it, and I like wanted so bad to, I was really tempted to go back and just play ahead of the stream, but I didn't. So this is all new for me. Oh goodness. But I'm also fascinated that people are saying there's so much more to the game, and I'm like, really? I feel like we've gotten to the bottom of almost everything, so I'm fascinated to see what the heck else is gonna happen. Oh, I see that. You got that, like, knowing smile. Oh, boy. Well, let's see how this goes. And my nightmare at Aime's hands didn't end there either. Oh my god, 12 to 15 hours left. That's like 3 more streams. As much as I loathe to admit it, I was terrified of her. Who wouldn't be terrified of her going through that? Every day, I dreaded the sound of the door opening. However, if I were to block the door off with furniture, I would lose my only remaining lifeline. I had no choice in the matter. It's time for supper, Michel. I brought your favorite, parsnips. She hates parsnips. He hates parsnips. Well, what the dogs didn't eat of them anyway. Oh wait, no, is this why? No, this is why he hates parsnips. Why he was like, yeah, I just let the parsnips rot whenever they get delivered to the mansion. Is it because of this? You'll think I'll finish it this week? I hope so. This is why he hates parsnips. Oh my god. Well, what the dogs didn't eat of them anyway. But you don't mind, do you? I'm going to cut your nails today, Michel. I need you to stay very still. You wouldn't want my hands to slip. So make sure you do. So to make sure you do, I'm tying you up. This way you can't accidentally move. Yay for turning funny moments into more trauma. I know, right? I'm like so shocked that Michel could just flippantly mention all these things, like his first crush and that he doesn't care for parsnips. Like, he's actually pretty strong for like being able to be flippant about memories like this. This way you can't accidentally move. Here's your water, Michel. It's murky. Oh, heavens me. I must have fetched it from the wash basin by mistake. It's supper time, Michel. I brought you parsnips again. Don't worry, the dogs didn't have any of these. They didn't seem to be interested in eating them raw. What, you don't want any? Then what am I gonna do with these? You know, Michel. Yes, I am gonna play the extra content later. You haven't seen it, and so Cece hasn't seen it either, so I definitely want to play through it and show everybody. You know, Michel, you're such a disgrace. Cry for me, won't you? Beg for mercy. Are you ever gonna get sick of this, Aimee? For real? Look at you, all that pride gone out the window. It's hilarious, I tell you. She did everything imaginable to torture me, both physically and emotionally. To be honest, it was rather impressive, in a sick way, how she was able to come up with so many different ways to torment me. I know, get a better hobby, for real. And she knew precisely what caused me the most pain, my body, and discrepancy between what I was and what I felt I was. She delighted in telling me I wasn't male, and sometimes in showing me. But I don't think I need to describe the things she did to me in any more detail. I could think of only one way to keep myself from breaking down. I completely stopped talking, stopped struggling. Then one day, after about 6 months or so, she said with a disinterested sigh, "I'm done." And that was the last of it. By swallowing my pride and not resisting, I was able to escape from her grip. Yeah, it wasn't fun anymore, was it, Aimee? Once she was gone, the servants took over attending to me again. I was still in prison, but now there was a serenity in my solitude. I didn't speak with anyone. I didn't make eye contact. And they're giving you proper food and water, right? I didn't do anything. I just lived. But even though I had peace, I still feared Aimee having a change of heart. I trembled at the possibility that one day it might be her that opened the door. But above all, I hated, despised the fact that I lived in fear of a girl. I lived in such fear of a girl. An overwhelming self-loathing threatened to crush me. I had recurring nightmares about the things Aimee had done to me. The wounds she gave me did not heal. They only grew worse, eating away at me day after day. I was beginning to lose confidence in my own sanity in the silent darkness where there was no sense of time. The line between dream and reality blurred. I often found myself screaming, crying into the empty air. I clawed at my skin, pulled out my hair, paced back and forth across the room, pounded at the door yelling for help, screamed some more. I was the very image of pitiful, absolute wretchedness. And every time I did, I'm sure there was someone on the other side of that door whispering about how poor Michel had lost her mind. Eventually, I gave up entirely. It was a stormy night in my 16th year. I had been confined for more than 2 years at that point. Heavy rain pounded against the windows like thousands of little spears. I was sitting quietly on my bed, unable to fall asleep, when suddenly there was a loud banging on the door. Michel! Michel, are you awake? If you aren't, hurry up and get awake. We've got big trouble. Lower your damned voice. But when I first heard my brother's voices after so long, I thought I was hallucinating. In 2 years, they had never once come for me, no matter how hard I pounded on the door, no matter how many times I called for them. Oh, hydrate, thank you. Ah, all right. And after all that time, I didn't expect that to ever change. I had given up, assumed they had long since cast me aside. Unable to bring myself to say anything, I simply stared at the door when there was another bam, bam. The sound was half consumed by a crack of thunder, giving it an indescribably eerie quality. Please say something, Michel. Seriously, there's no time. You can hear us in there, can't you? You're in there behind the door, aren't you? Come on, just one word, Michel. Is it really you, Didier Georget? For a moment, they seemed to be at a loss for words. I know! They finally appeared, but I can't believe it was 2 years. Probably because they almost didn't recognize my voice. But it was only a heartbeat, and then Didier spoke. There is a carriage waiting outside. I'm going to unlock the door so you can leave in it. Why? Because Dad's talking crazy. He's saying the Bollinger family has no need for a demon child, that you're a mark of shame on our name. So he's going to have you executed. Georget? Father wants me dead? It felt like the floor had fallen out from under me. Executed? Demon child? Mark of shame? So he was saying I didn't even deserve to live anymore? It's planned for tomorrow morning. We only just found out ourselves, which is why you prepared a way for me to escape. But why? Why? Do you even need to ask? Because we're family. Something terrible has gotten into Father. I clenched my teeth, fighting back a bitter, angry sigh, but I couldn't keep all those emotions bottled up for long. A maelstrom of feelings I thought I had lost in my 2 years of imprisonment swirled up inside me, spilling from my lips. Why? Why are you doing this now? If you really felt that way, then why didn't you come sooner? 2 years I spent locked in this room. Do you have any idea how I felt in that time? Any idea how hard I had to fight to endure? How many times I cried for your help? How hard I pounded on the door begging to be set free? But never once did you come. Not even once. Michel, I scare you, don't I? You think I've gone insane, that I've lost my mind, that I sold my soul to the devil, don't you? No, Michel, we don't. Then why? Why didn't you come and set me free? Michel, we don't think you've lost your mind at all. So you didn't want to see me then. You didn't want to face what I'd become. Tell me I'm wrong, Didier Georget. You left me here, abandoned me for 2 whole years, locked me away so you didn't have to see me. I'm sorry. I'm just, really busy with my art. I've been getting a ton of commissions down at the court, and Didier's a knight now, So he's up to his neck in expeditions. But those are just excuses, aren't they? Yeah, thank you for apologizing, Georget. I'm really sorry. As am I. I cannot say that you are wrong. After what happened, I wasn't sure how I was supposed to act around you. I'm still not sure, even now. I knew I had to find the time to collect myself, but I kept putting it off, vainly hoping that time would take care of it all. And for that, I owe you an apology. But you need to understand, I do not agree with Father's decision. I do not want to lose you. I don't think you're a demon child. And Georget feels the same. Neither of us want to see you dead. What he said, Michel. There's not much time. We need to get you out of here. I bit down hard on my lower lip, hard enough to drop blood. It was that, or start sobbing. It's a little late for that. Michel, if you don't get out of here, you're going to be killed. If I'm not an angel sent from heaven or a demon child, then what am I? What on earth am I? What are you? You're a bowling shay. You're our family, and that's all there is to it. Ah! I pray you can forgive me for averting my eyes for so long. In those situations, either help you finish it yourself. Doing nothing is much worse, yeah. But you know, at least they're apologizing. I think that's the best they can do at this point. Can I trust you? Can I trust that even if the whole world says I'm cursed? That you'll always be on my side? That you'll always be my brothers? Can I put my trust in you once more, Didier, Georges? You absolutely can, Michel. I swear to God on high. And I swear to the God of art. He's such a nerd, Georges. Michel, I have no other choice, do I? I couldn't talk Father out of it, could I? I would rather you didn't try. He's not a man to change his mind. If you were to show up before him, he would likely draw his sword on you himself. It would destroy Mother. I'm sorry. We're not doing this only for you. Okay, I'll go. Oh, thank goodness. The carriage will take you to a mansion, Michel. It's a property Father purchased some time ago, but due to rumors about the house, it's abandoned. No one wants to buy it from him either, and that's unlikely to change. It's the ideal place to keep you out of sight. What kinds of rumors? Well, no point in keeping it a secret. He has a right to know. They say a witch lives there. A witch? I think it's all just made up personally. I went to check the place out and there was no one there. It was a little dreary, to be sure. I had hoped to have a better place arranged for you, but there wasn't enough time. This is only temporary, Michel. I cannot say how long it will be. 10 years! But Father will pass away eventually. When he does, Georges will inherit the estate, and that will mean you can return. But Michel gets murdered before that happens. No! Probably just some Scooby-Doo-esque person lowering the property value. So I ask that you hold out until that time. If I don't leave, I'm going to be executed. So send me anywhere. I won't complain. I'm glad to hear you say that. I will talk to Father and ensure he does not suspect anything. We'll make this work, don't you worry. We'll make this work, don't you worry. The long and short of it is, Dad simply wants you erased from the family. Georges! Sorry. I wasn't trying to be mean. But anywho, once I take over, we're in the clear. You'll be acknowledged as a Boulanger. I see. Okay then. This is so sad because I know, like, Michel just gets murdered out of nowhere. I see. Okay then. Can I open the door now? Just a minute. Huh? You're still not ready? I don't have any clothing. Ah, right. You wouldn't, huh? How tall are you now, Michel? Around the same height as you. I think. You're taller than me? Damn! Alright, I'll bring you some of my clothes. Thank you. Wow, I don't think I've ever heard you say thank you without putting up a fight, Michel. That's not true. I don't think. I'll be back soon. They left! They left! Get what you need together. Alright. Sitting in the carriage waiting outside, listening to the pitter-patter of rain, I gazed out at my two brothers. I hadn't seen them in 2 years, but they hardly looked any different than how I remembered them. I was the only one who had changed, and dramatically at that. Looking at them, I couldn't help but remember the old days. Playing chess with Didier, learning to draw from Georget. Oh, that he does? No, it's not spoilers because it already happened in the game. The game's chronology is a bit all out of order. So Michel got murdered in a previous VOD. You just gotta check it out. Haha. Our sibling outings. However, the ominous sound of thunder crashing in the distance drowned out those memories. The mansion is several days' travel from here. Hopefully the carriage isn't too uncomfortable. Anything's more comfortable than that room. I will send a package with any supplies you need once a month. Food, clothing, and something to pass the time. So it was Didier who sent the books. So that's why the books are all boring, because it's Didier picking them out. If there's anything you want, Michel, just tell me. Now, or you can have a servant pass a message on to me. I can't think of... Actually, wait, I can think of one thing. Both of them are big nerds. I love them. I mean, Georget is a little bit of an asshole, but he's still a nerd. I would like a chess set. Alright, I'll have one made. I would rather have yours, Didier. Would that be possible? Are you sure you want that beaten old thing? Yes, I want that one. Alright then, I'll include it in the first delivery. I'll send you something too, Michel. Oh! Well, cool, if you want, only if you want to alone. Thank you. If the VODs aren't on Twitch anymore, they should all be on my YouTube. My YouTube link should be in my stuff. But I think all of the... I think all of the, Fata Morgana VODs should still be on Twitch, though. I'll send you something too, Michel. Anything you want, just tell me. In that case, I would like some art tools. I'm nowhere near as much of an artist as you are, Georget, so they don't have to be anything special. Gotcha, so some canvas and, how about some charcoal? And when you're back, I want to see what you've made with it, okay? Okay, so that's how he had the charcoal to draw Giselle. Oh. I know this is already hard enough on you, Michel, but I need to ask you to do something for me. Avoid making contact with anyone who doesn't already know about you. So, I can't talk to anybody but the servants? Put simply, yes. Tomorrow the world will consider you dead. So we cannot have people finding out you are actually alive. Especially Father. Please, do this for me. I've been doing that for 2 years already. I've long since lost interest in interacting with anybody, so you don't need to ask me to keep to myself. Right. Does anyone else know I am alive? Yes, Mother knows. In fact, this was her idea. It was? She loves you, Michel. She really does. Mom just, is having a little trouble facing the truth. So even though she's not here to see you off, I guarantee you she doesn't want to see you dead. She wants to have you in her life again. I expect Mother will be writing you, so please take the time to write her back. She's a troubled woman, but her love for you is true and unwavering. Will you do that? Just a quick little, hey, got your letter, doing great. Will suffice. All right. Just so you know, it kills me and Dee that we can't stand up to Dad. But as long as he lives, his word is God in this house. I understand that, yes. Well, you never know. He could be gone quicker than you expect. Week from now and bam! He's as dead as Dee's social life. Is there not an ounce of respect in your body? Oh, give me a break. I'm upset. He's gone way too far. And once he's dragged his arse off to the great beyond, anything goes. Georgie's like, yay, can't wait till Dad is dead. Surprise! Michel was alive. Yeah, I suppose. Until then, we'll take care of things here. Tomorrow's gonna be the performance of our lives. Crying like a couple of big babies and laughing our tails off inside. You'll forgive me if I have trouble trusting that loose tongue of yours. Psh, I'm not stupid. I know this is important. Not even Aime'll suspect a thing. Aimee. Yeah, not even she can know. It's gonna crush her, I'm sure, but the less people who know, the better. Tell them! Tell them about her! When Georgie said her name, my whole body went shamefully cold. It had been a year and a half since the hell she'd put me through, but every last detail of it remained carved into my mind and body. Tell them about her! There was no way she would be even slightly sad about my death. She might act, but she would almost certainly be elated by the news. She might act it, but she would be almost certainly elated by the news. It seemed Georgie had still yet to see what lay beneath that woman's mask. Tell them! I know you two were close. Huh? Are you worried about how this might affect her? What? She cared for you about 6 months, didn't she? Tell them! When you wouldn't let the servants in. What? She said that? What? From what I hear, you got real close to dying in there. You wouldn't even eat unless she was there. Who the hell told you that? What? Is that not what happened? Did something happen between you two, Michel? Aimee didn't do a damn... Never mind. I can't tell them. I can't put what I went through into words. It will only worsen my shame, especially not in front of my brothers. No, expose her! Expose her! Georgie, how are things between you and Aimee? You still letting what happened 2 years ago get to you? Well, I mean, at the time, things were a total disaster. I'm all excited about getting myself a pretty little wife, only to find out she's rocking the boat with someone else. I cried for weeks. Yeah, I'm sorry. Cancel her! I know. They have a right to know. I absolutely agree, Enrique. Deep down, though, she ain't actually a bad girl. Yes, she is. She's young, and kids make mistakes. After it all came out, she turned over a new leaf. She started doting on me, something serious, and well, it's hard not to let one little mistake like that go, and she's trying so hard to make up with me. The age excuse doesn't work for Dee, though. For about a year, things were really rough between us. I didn't even want to look at him. But at the end of the day, we're family. We can get past anything. Besides, because you let the cat out of the bag, that gave me something to hold over Dee. All things considered, I'm not complaining. So, you would say you're happy then, Georget. Sure would, yep. Believe it or not, I'm kind of head over heels for her. No! Hard to not like a girl like I may. Oh, I see. Do you really feel that bad about 2 years ago? So she's still keeping up the good girl facade around Georget and Didier. No one else knows she's actually a sadistic, cackling demon. There's nothing less trustworthy in the world than a woman who's always smiling. That's why you said that shit about Giselle? Oh my god! It makes so much sense now. Why he didn't trust her for so long. But if Georget thinks he's happy, I can't take that away from him. No! Expose him! Her! Expose it to him! Expose her to him! Michel? Oh, right. Yes. I do feel guilty about the way I lost control of my emotions and took it out on you guys. It happens to everyone. In fact, you could stand to do a little more shouting and fussing. Then you could... Because I have underdeveloped social skills. You heard that? You've got one hell of a nasty streak, huh, Dee? Ugh. I'm glad to hear you're still on good terms. It wasn't my intention to pit the two of you against each other. We know. The blame falls on my shoulders. Every time he saw Giselle, all he could see was another I May waiting to happen. No! Oh my god! These two poor traumatized people. I want you to know something, Michel. Though your transformation was too much for mother and father to accept, with enough time, everything will go back to the way it was before, just like it did for myself and Georget. None of this is your fault. It was all unfortunate timing. God's a little bit of a jerk, too. Try not to forget I am a knight, Georget. What? You a sinner? You a blasphemer? There goes your head! In time. In time. Speaking of which, we don't have much left. I'm gonna tell the coachman to set off, okay? Didier. Yes? Tell me the truth. Will the three of us ever meet again? I wish they could go with him in the coach, but yeah, that wouldn't have been possible. They have to show up the next day, pretending that he's dead. Oh no. Why does Georget look like a younger Jacopo sometimes? It's the wavy hair, I bet. Why would you ever ask that? Of course we will. But no, they never do see each other again. No! No! Not a chance I'm letting this be our last family get-together. No! No! One last question, then. No! Yes? Am I your brother? Well, I mean, look at you. Don't look like much of a sister to me. So yeah, I'd say you are. I see. So long then. Farewell. And may good health bless you until we meet again. Until then, Michel. Farewell. Ah! Before seeing me off for good, they both gave me strong, firm hugs. Hug! He hugs! They hugged! He got hugged! They both gave me strong, firm hugs. Didier first and then Georget. Ah! The warmth I felt in their arms, in my family's arms, slowly spread through my chilled body, which made it that much more difficult to part ways. The wheels of the carriage rattled against the wet, stone-paved road. I stuck my head out the window, watching as they shrunk into the distance. Standing out there in the rain, until they were completely out of view. A tightness filled my breast. Every glimmer of hope I had for my new life was matched by an equal degree of darkness and uncertainty. Would I ever make it back home? And if I did, would people still call me a demon child? Having to write mother was another uncomfortable weight on my soul. The thought of having to play a girl for her made me sick. So that's why the letters were all blacked out. Georget had acted like it would be nothing, but it wasn't that easy. It was more than mere pretend. Didier had said that with time, things would change. So that means I may get punished. I am out. I hope you're not really out alone. Yeah, I guess I may get away with it. But how could he be certain that those changes would be for the better? The wooden wheels turned, carrying me away to that cursed mansion. And there goes 1,000 years of suffering, yay! The next thing I know, I'm sinking into a vast void. Darkness cuffs my hands and legs, restricting my movement. Images of the past I had kept buried away for so long stream past me. This isn't how I wanted it to happen. Not coming from my own mouth, but being laid bare for all to see without my consent. That wasn't how I wanted her to find out about my secret, about my shameful history. I warned you, my dear. I told you you don't want to reclaim. I told you you didn't want to reclaim your old self. If you had simply let it be, you wouldn't be here now, forced to relive it all. Now, do you understand? The tale I spun behind the fourth door was as much for you as it was for her. There, you were a young man with a sad fate, but she met a wonderful woman, fell in love with her, and then died in the arms of tragedy. The sequence of events is not that far off from the truth, but I was able to turn it into something enchanting and beautiful. I got rid of all the nasty little details, your ugliness, your body troubles, all of that. Doesn't it seem a bit unfair, Michel? You tore down the walls around Giselle's heart, around her past, but you wanted to keep your own nice and safe and hidden away. It was a little unfair. She has every right to be upset, but you were controlling her. I swear to God, that wasn't her. You were afraid she wouldn't accept you, were you not? And that's precisely what happened. Or can you honestly blame her? The truth you've kept hidden away is not something most would be able to accept. The prince who came riding in to save her, silence! Wasn't actually a man. Please, enough. I've seen enough. Let it stay buried, please. Just stop this. I don't want to see it. I don't want anything to do with it. What a sad little creature you are, my dear. Not a woman in this world would have any interest in you now. You've surrounded yourself with layer upon layer of walls, covered yourself with this patchwork, barely held together quilt of masks, and it's the only thing keeping you together. You're the frailest one of all, the weakest, and it's about time you accepted that and stopped trying to fight it. I am not weak. Oh, is that so? Let's proceed with the tale then, shall we? Face the one you hate the most in this world. Yourself. Your weakness. Your ugliness. Face it and despair. Don't! Again. Once again, my own desires, my own wishes are completely irrelevant. The past sprawls out before me once more, and the witch is exactly right. I despise the man I was then, teeming with vain hope and foolish dreams. I would rather pretend that part of me never existed, but I have no choice. and dragged back into the life I once lived, my pleas for mercy fading into dark nothingness. Yeah, we do still need to see Michel meeting Morgana. More pain stories. I know. I couldn't remember how long it had been since the capital had disappeared into the distance. But I'd been on the road for some time now. We'd long since left paved roads behind. The carriage rocked back and forth as it proceeded down the rough dirt path. For hours, I stared through the window as unfamiliar scenery flowed past. Eventually, a fog settled over the area, making it difficult to discern night from day. We made our way through dark, dense woods, and beyond them, like the world fading into view after a dream, a mansion appeared before us. All the windows were either shuttered or boarded, encasing the house in darkness. In a way, it felt like all I had done was move from one prison to a much larger one. Briefly, I had thought they had been possibly sealed to keep anyone from seeing me inside, but my coming here was a very recent development. More likely than the house had been in this condition when it was initially purchased. Quite the piece of property my father had found himself with. I wondered if he had been swindled by its previous owner. Probably. It was a gloomy, uninviting place, but it didn't appear to be in disrepair. The coachman left my luggage outside the door, gave me an empty farewell, and then went on his way. I was entirely alone. Not alone, Morgana's there, teehee. I spent some time just staring out at the forest, but naturally there was nothing of interest to be found there, so I quietly turned around and opened the door to the mansion. It's certainly dark. I could barely even see my own feet. Briefly, I considered trying to unshutter a window or two, but ended up deciding against it. The less inviting the place looked, the easier it would be for me to avoid contact with the outside world, as DDA had recommended. Standing there in the darkness for several minutes, my eyes gradually grew accustomed to the lack of light. While it was hardly ideal, it was sufficient to take a look around the house. The inside didn't seem to have received the same level of care as the outside. Everything was dusty, and the air was many years stale. So last stream, I think we went over Morgana's story. Morgana's the witch haunting the house. And she had a very, very rough life in the Middle Ages, and basically is a very angry ghost, hell-bent on revenge. And, but she hasn't been dead for that long when this happened. So yeah, I'd say Morgana's the villain. Morgana, has been keeping, Michel and his girlfriend trapped. His girlfriend Giselle was the maid who has been forced to live here for almost 1,000 years trying to wait for Michel. But she's just playing with them like they're her puppets for fun, I guess. As she's like having this really, really long game where she is reincarnating her greatest, the people who hurt her the most, and killing them, making sure well, not just killing them, making sure they suffer hell on earth and have the worst fate they could possibly have when they eventually come into possession of the mansion, their reincarnations. So, Michel and, well, apparently Morgana seems to have an attachment to Michel. So I guess we're gonna see how that formed in this little thing. That's like one of the last things that hasn't been revealed yet. Like, the nature of Michel and Morgana's relationship. So we're gonna see that. but I wasn't in a cleaning mood. So I dug through my luggage for a bundle of candles, lighting one with a flint. Stained glass window? Examining the large room I found myself in, I came across a stained glass window. Giselle didn't do bad towards Morgana. Giselle, No, so, Morgana needed someone who was alive, or just, you know, among the living, quote unquote, to, help, you know, care for the house and execute her will. She couldn't do it by herself. Her revenge, she couldn't pull it off by herself. So she manipulated Giselle into a contract, basically, that was like, you'll work for me, and eventually Michel will be reincarnated and come back. Yeah, she scammed Giselle, yeah. And so Giselle was, yeah, so Giselle was like, deathless and had to work for Morgana as her slave for like almost 1,000 years, waiting for Michel. And Michel technically did come back over and over and over, except that it seems she was not born the exact same person each time. And that, and I guess the Michel until now that was reincarnated wasn't intersex for whatever reason, and didn't remember her. So, so Giselle's like, oh, it's Michel. Oh, it's not that Michel. Oh, it's Michel. Oh, Michel doesn't remember me. Oh, it's Michel. Like over and over and over through different generations. Yeah. Really rough. Yeah. Examining the large room I found myself in, I came across a stained glass window depicting an angel. The archangel, after whom I had been named, looked solemnly down upon me. Quite the joke. 2 columns of evenly spaced pews ran the length of the room, all facing the multicolored window. I set the candlestick on a podium of some sort, which is when I realized this is a chapel. A flat length of silver, bent in the middle, was mounted to the pulpit's face. When I saw it, I knew exactly what it used to be, a cross. The pews weren't facing the stained glass, but the cross. Why, though? It felt as though the mansion had been built up around the chapel, rather than the opposite. So it's the oldest part of the house, wow. I was perplexed as to why anyone would do that. But of course, there was no one around to sate my curiosity. Taking the candlestick back in hand, I made my way beyond the pulpit. There sat a small metal door. I pressed one hand against the cool surface and my heart leapt. It was abnormally cold. Though the door itself seemed— oh, that's ghost signs! Abnormally cold, that's a ghost! We gotta get BuzzFeed Unsolved in here. Though the door itself seemed perfectly normal, an inexplicable anxiety spread through me. That's the ghost! It was a very unusual sensation. My instincts told me I should stay far, far away. Yeah, Morgana died in up in the tower beyond that door. And my heart told me it was my duty to see what lay beyond. What am I going to find back there? After a few moments' hesitation, I decided to act in opposition to my instincts. Up the spiral staircase. I was looking at a long spiral staircase The wooden stairs stretched so high I couldn't tell where they ended. An observation tower, perhaps? As if being pushed forward by some inhuman force, I mounted the staircase. By the third or fourth loop, soft light began peeking into the tower through regularly spaced, rectangular openings in the stone walls. Through one such window, I gazed outside, and far off in the distance, beyond the seemingly endless ocean of trees, I saw a small village. Nowhere I'm ever going to go. Ah, but they're gonna come to you and kill you. Ah. So many stairs. But no, it was knights that came to him and killed him. Where did they come from? It was just the curse of the house, probably. It had been quite some time since I had exerted myself this much. I hardly had any opportunity locked away in my chambers. With every step I took, I could hear my joints creaking and my muscles screaming. Poor guy. I was long since out of breath, only staying upright with the help of the wall. This is pitiful. Damn it. But turning back never occurred to me. I had to keep climbing, had to make it to the top. And it was that feeling of necessity that pushed my exhausted body upward. By the time I reached the top, I was practically gasping for air. Sweat streamed down my forehead. I wiped it aside, turning my gaze toward yet another door. But unlike the first, what on earth? A tangle of rope covered the surface. Layers upon layers of it, making its intent abundantly clear. Nothing shall come in or out. It didn't look like it had been put there recently either, as much of it was rotted through. Out of curiosity, I grabbed at the coil and yanked. The rope snapped in several places, chunks falling limply to the floor. That wasn't enough to allow the door to open, though. People only sealed doors like this for a reason, largely because they didn't want, or couldn't allow, others to see what hid behind them, like what they did to me. For a few moments, I felt as though I was looking down at myself from outside my body. If I hadn't been this man, but someone else standing here, would they have turned back at the sight of the sealed-off door, acting as though nothing was there? I probably would have, being fair. Like, nope. I'm just gonna leave that be. Or would they have done as I did? I ground my teeth, a mix of annoyance and bitterness rushing through me. But I did not hesitate. I held the flame of the candle up to the wall of rope, careful not to set the whole thing ablaze, slowly, carefully, burning through them one by one. It was repetitive and time-consuming, but I persisted, wiping away the sheets of sweat before it streamed into my eyes. The sun was well on its way down before I managed to expose the door. This is the first dang thing he did upon arriving at the house. I took a deep breath, looked up at it, and gulped. There was something indescribably chilling about the door, and then I pushed it open. Is her skeleton there? A barely noticeable breeze brushed past me. A single ray of sunlight shone into the room, coming from a single window sitting high atop the wall. It cast a milky white patch of light on the hard floor, revealing... You'd rather live outside. Yeah. Yeah. The fact that I was not alone. The rumors say a witch lives in the mansion. There I saw, in this cursed house, a skeleton with only one arm. Yep, that's her. A cursed mansion for a cursed man. It was like I was destined to end up here. I had no way of finding out who the skeleton belonged to, so I left it there, at the top of the tower, and retreated into thought. Yeah, that's Morgana's skeleton. She got her arm lopped off. I wondered to myself, How had the one-armed person died? How had they felt locked in that room, staring up at that soul window so far out of reach? That wasn't even the half of it, buddy. About the only thing they would have seen was the sky and the occasional bird. Had they yearned for more light, or had they come to despise the tiny patch of it that trickled into the room? Had they been some sort of wicked criminal, imprisoned for wrongdoing? No, she did nothing wrong. Not all prisoners are necessarily bad people. Having been branded with a non-existent curse, I couldn't help but think that perhaps something similar had happened to whoever they were. Vainly reaching out for the sun, constantly praying for rescue that would never come. Yeah, you two did have a lot in common. What had gone through their mind as they withered away? Would anyone ever come for me? Would my brothers keep their word? Or would I, years from now, end up another pile of dry bones somewhere in this house, unwanted and alone, robbed of all hope, with no one but the darkness to talk to as it sunk its teeth deeper and deeper into me? This is when he starts to get emo. That corpse could be me in the future. Didier, Georges, did you really send me here to keep me hidden? Or is this to be my grave? Can I put my faith in you? Can I trust you when you say I'll be able to return? That everyone will happily accept me? That we'll all be together again? That we'll play chess? That we'll draw pictures? That nobody will be left out? All I really wanted was for people to accept me for who I was. To accept that I was a man. No, that I had grown to resemble a man. That I had the heart of a man. I didn't need anything else. I didn't want to cause anyone anguish. I didn't want to hate anyone. I simply wished to be who I was. No, who I wanted to be. And I didn't want to be treated like I was strange or different. If that was asking too much, then at the very least I wanted to have one person in my life who truly understood me. Didier, Georges, I pray that you can be that for me. But you never told Giselle. She was the only one who understood you, and yet you never told her the truth. Or you kept putting it off, and then you got killed. And then this whole 1,000-year saga happens. I pray that you can be that for me. Lurking quietly in the mansion's all-encompassing darkness, I waited and hoped that the day might arrive when I could come out of hiding. 10 years later, however, 1, 2, 3 years later, I'd still not been set free. Wait, Morgana didn't talk to you for 3 years? Only my mother wrote me, and in all her letters she said the same thing. When your curse is broken, come back home, sweetheart. When your curse is broken, I want you back in my life. When your curse is broken, everything will be back to normal. I wait expectantly for the day you are free of that terrible curse. The curse would never be broken, though. What I was now was what I was meant to be. All that time I'd spent as a girl, none of that was real. Didier had said he didn't think I was cursed. My brothers didn't think I was some hellish demon child. So no, the curse would never be broken because there was no curse to break. I wasn't cursed at all. There was no damned curse, but the flow of time eroded away at me, slowly killing any confidence that I once had, sucking me dry of all trust for others and myself. With enough time, I started questioning my own beliefs about what I was, started thinking that perhaps I was cursed. Much like they had at the Bollinger estate, the servant who came by every month did his best to avoid making eye contact. But beyond just bringing me food, he was also checking in on me and making sure I didn't attempt to run away. And every month, he probably went back and told Mother the same thing, that my curse had still not been broken. Do you have the answers I seek, O Father in heaven? If you do, I ask of you to guide me, to please tell me what I am, if I truly am cursed, and perhaps you could tell me how much my soul weighs too. Probably not very much. I spent enough time alone in that dark mansion to drive anyone mad. The more time that passed, the more I grew to question myself, my worth as a human being. And whenever the self-doubt and loathing became too much to take, I trekked up to the top of the observation tower to see the light. Oh my god, that's right. That was the only place in that entire place at the time that would have sunlight. Oh my god, that's right. Sitting there on the hard floor, I would place my hand on the skeleton's leg, its shoulder, its hand. From the size of the bones, whoever it was appeared to have still been young when their life withered away. Poor child. Even I feel blessed compared to you. Yeah, you kind of were blessed compared to her. Oh, how miserable it must have been, locked away up in this tower. If I told you that was not the worst thing that happened to her, would you believe me? To have your arm mercilessly severed. You have my pity, though. I alone shall mourn your death, and I alone shall take comfort in your presence. So that's why she begins to talk to him. It's like, wow, someone who cared more about me than anybody did when I was alive. You poor, poor child. By pretending to pity someone who had had it worse than me, I was able to feel somewhat better about myself, because if I was in a position to pity someone else, then conversely, I wasn't in a position to be pitied. Vainly, foolishly trying to convince myself of a lie. I spent hours, days, alone in that tower, holding the dry bones in my arms. Now there was a sight to lend credence to my alleged madness. That would turn anyone into an emo kid. Over time, the air in the mansion seemed to thicken, as if the fog were condensing. Water pushed out all the air, swallowing me up, suffocating me. A putrid mire. I was trapped at the bottom of this thick black sludge. Soon I lost track of the passage of time, my only landmarks being the dates on Mother's letters. Before I knew it, 8 years had passed. It was 8 years before Morgana talked to you? Wow. What the hell is this? I hadn't heard my own voice in so long, I had almost forgotten what it sounded like. There was a delivery that day, but it wasn't the usual package. The servant was instead carrying a large... Oh no, the painting! That's right, the painting never got explained either. The servant was instead carrying a large rectangular object draped in cloth. Shoving that into my hands, he said, "The regular supplies will be here in a couple of days," and then ran off. Presumably, he was afraid to spend any more time than necessary with a cursed man. But I didn't bother to say anything about it. I knew it was a waste of breath, and I was not inclined to hold it against him if he didn't want to look me in the eye to exchange words. All I could reasonably do was sit back and bear it. As long as I kept my mouth shut, the man could do his job in peace. By the candlelight, I began unwrapping the package the servant had delivered. From within, a sheet of parchment fell to the floor, and inside the package was a painting. Just looking at it, I couldn't tell what it was, aside from the fact that it was a portrait of a woman. I knew those brush strokes, though. They were very distinctly Georget's. The woman depicted had white hair. White hair. There was a flash. a fresh jolt of the pain that had nearly faded away. The half-dozen needles piercing my chest. So much blood had spilled from those gouges that I had long since lost any sensation of pain, but now it was back. No, Georges, you didn't. Yeah, the brothers didn't write to him. He said that in the past with Giselle, that I was like, well, they haven't written me in 10 years. Are they really still my friends, you know? My whole body froze, and that explains why he was more inclined to say nice things about Didier than Georges in the past with Giselle too. My whole body froze. The blood in my veins came to a halt. I couldn't breathe. I was drowning in a pool of imaginary water. I crouched down to pick up the sheet of parchment. It was a letter in Mother's handwriting. The first line read, as it did in all her correspondence: My beloved daughter, Michel, every day I pray that your curse might be broken, but lately I've come to think that perhaps the reason you remain cursed is because you have forgotten what you are supposed to be. I knew she put him up to it. I knew she put Georges up to it. So long you have spent in that accursed form, it is little surprise you would lose sight of yourself. How can you return to your true self if you do not remember what that is? So I asked Georges to paint you a picture, hoping it might help you break free of your curse. You are a beautiful young woman, my dear Michel. I presume you have already seen the painting. It's lovely, wouldn't you agree? That flowing white hair and skin like glass, those deep, enchanting red eyes, those slender fingers and modest feminine frame, those soft lips. It is not you when you were younger, though. Instead, I had him imagine what you would look like now. That is what you will look like when your curse is broken. Isn't that wonderful? Imagine it. Envision yourself, your true self. God damn it, Mom, no! Remember who you are. Recall your true self. I wait eagerly until the day you come back to me, looking as beautiful as you do in this painting, my dear sweet Michel. This is you. This is the real you. You are beautiful, my little girl, and I love you dearly. That awful fuss all those years ago, we can pretend none of that ever happened. Unmute. God damn it, Mom! Oh, that's when you unmuted? That's funny. That awful fuss all those years ago. We can pretend none of that ever happened. Forget all about the dreadful thing that curse made you. Become the girl you used to be, the girl you were meant to be, so we can once more be a happy family. I am waiting, forever waiting for you. The letter ended there, leaving me with the woman in the painting staring back at me, her eyes seeming to insist that I was not me, that she was the real me. And I was nothing more than a fraud, laughing at me, scoffing at me for ever thinking I was anything but female, mocking me for stubbornly insisting I wanted to be a man. The pain in my chest swelled, spilling from my mouth in grunts and moans. And then... Gah! I screamed from the bottom of my lungs. Why? I yanked at my hair. Why, Georges? Slammed the painting against the floor. You said I could believe you. You swore to the god of art. So why? Why would you do this to me? You said yourself that you didn't think I was cursed. You acknowledged me as your brother. You know this isn't me, so why? Why would you make this? I've been waiting for so long. I put my trust in you and Didier. I trusted you. I believed you would always support me. So this is what completely eliminated his trust for people. Oh. I believed you would always support me. Was that all a lie? Deep down, you really think I'm cursed, just like Mother. And that's why you haven't written to me. Why haven't you answered any of my letters? Where did my faith get me? Why did you even help me escape? Was it all for show? Was my execution just a lie? Just an excuse for you to send me far away? Send me somewhere far away? Well, was it? Tell me, Georget. Tell me the truth. What about you, Didier? Where do you stand? No, this isn't real. My voice was getting hoarse. I didn't have the strength to hold it in, and everything came spilling out of me, squeezed out by the phantom water. And the white-haired girl in the painting just stared back at me, smiling. I bit down on my lip as hard as I could. A metallic taste spread through my mouth, drops of blood trickling on the floor. Pulling the knife I used to open the monthly deliveries from my waistband, I lifted it high into the air, gathering what remained of my strength. This isn't me! And slashed the woman's face with it. This isn't me! This isn't me! I am not this woman! I am a man! Carved into it. This is not how I look. With everything I had. Don't try to erase who I really am. Don't call me repulsive. Don't say I'm an abomination. I tore into that smile, contempt surging from every slash. This woman isn't real. She becomes real, though. Thanks a lot, Morgana. I wanted to curse the whole damned world. Every last thing, this wretched mire that had become of my life. My brothers for happily going about their lives as I suffered here in the darkness. My delusional mother for refusing to acknowledge who I was. My father for trying to have me killed. May for making me realize I was a man, and then for torturing me for coming out about it. Everyone. I didn't care anymore. I wanted everyone who had ever wronged me to suffer the same way I had. I can make that happen. Of course, that's what finally makes her come out. A voice rang out. The day the painting arrived, wow. I can curse them for you, my dear. It was a woman's voice, muffled, like there were several walls between me and her. Who's there? I swiped up my candlestick, thrusting it forward to the sides behind me, but there was no one else around. Give it a little thought. It's not that difficult. And when you figure it out, come to me. I have been waiting so long for someone like you. No, Michel's a man. The voice lingering in the air is Morgana. Someone with such hatred for the world. How am I supposed to know who you are? How could you not, my dear? You visited me so many times, held me in your arms, and whispered, "Poor child," into my ear again and again. No, that's not possible. I see. I finally truly lost my mind. If that's what you wish to believe, that's your choice. But the way I see it, if you had truly lost your mind, you wouldn't be in so much pain. The voice, still muffled and unclear, seemed to be coming from somewhere far away and very close by at the same time. Find your way to me and open the door once more. Let me out of my cage. Give me your hand. I knew in the back of my mind that it was all absurd, but nonetheless I did as the voice said. I let myself be drawn in by the pleasant whispers. The archangel stood proudly upon his glass perch, looking down at me. His gaze almost seemed judgmental, but I marched for the tower unconcerned. For so long I have been waiting for the day I would be rid of this darkness, for the day someone would truly set me free. When you arrived at this house, I felt the hands of fate at work. that you were led here, that you were meant to come to this place. You've been through so much to get here. I know your pain. I know how it feels to be locked up, to be tortured and used for others' gain. You were the only one to ever have pity for me, and I shall be the only one to have compassion for you. You were the only one to stay at my side, and I shall do the same for you. You can give me life again. You can resurrect me. Now, open the door, Michel. It felt like I was no longer in control of my own body. Her voice was tender in a way unlike either mother's or Aime's, enticingly so. Standing at the top of the observation tower, I pushed open the door. And the first thing I saw— alone. I get what you're saying now. Like I was saying, Giselle, struck a deal with, Morgana struck a deal with Giselle to promise to have Michel be reincarnated, like, as his true self, but she was being a bitch about it and had Michel, reincarnate several times as a woman who didn't remember her and looked like that painting. And in fact, that painting, the really old painting, played a part in several of the stories, because there was always a white-haired girl in the stories that take place chronologically after this and the generations that come after. Always the white-haired girl would end up in the mansion somehow, and that was used to scare her a bunch. Like, oh my god, somebody hated me so much. There's this painting of me with my face clawed out. I know, right? She's so mean. And the first thing I saw was the rays of light shining through the window. And nothing else. Thank you for opening the door. It was empty. The skeleton, which had been sitting there for as long as I had been in this house, had vanished without a trace. I spun around, my gaze darting back and forth across the chamber, but there was no one there. Only her voice whispering in my ear, "You made this possible. You gave me the chance to have my revenge." Revenge? Now I can make those men suffer a hell even worse than the one they put me through. Constant, everlasting despair. Their flesh may turn to dust, but so long as their souls live on, their torture will know no end. The tenderness in her voice crumbled away, leaving only raw loathing behind. She then let out a half-muffled cackle. "Who are you?" "Oh, you poor dear. They locked you up here without telling you whose house it was. You sad, pathetic thing. Though that's exactly the kind of person I needed." You're not the witch, are you?" "That I am. I am the cursed witch who loathes this puny, wretched world, curses it. And my name is Morgana." Morgana? I assumed the witch was nothing but a legend, a tale. If you don't believe me, I would be happy to show you. Let's see. I could place a curse on someone you have a grudge against. Drag them down into the dark abyss. Curse I may, curse I may. You are the one who granted me freedom, after all, sympathized with me, pitied me, appreciated me. You happily embraced my filthy corpse, and for that I will grant you your wish. Wishes can come true, Michel. Much the same way I was able to come back to life. If you remain steadfast in your desires, they will become reality. For devotion and yearning are the fountain from which miracles spring. I cannot leave the mansion's grounds, But that is but a minor inconvenience. Tell me who you wish to curse, and I can lead them here. I can force the cross you were made to bear onto them. I believe in my power to perform miracles, because you made my miracle a reality. So tell me, my dear, who will be first? Your second brother, who made that ridiculous painting, Georges. Shall we kill him? He deserves at least that. No! He brought you more than enough pain. It was Mom that made him do it. But if you would rather, you could curse your mother instead, or the woman who sent you on this path, or perhaps you would prefer your father. With him gone, you could return home. Ask, and I will perform a miracle for you. None of them, curse I may. I didn't think she was lying either. As ridiculous as the whole affair sounded, the skeleton had disappeared from the tower, and I was hearing a disembodied voice. But beyond that, the voice seemed to have a sort of magnetism to it. If magic truly did exist in the world, then her words were laced with it. There was a power in her voice, something that repelled any instinct I might have to doubt the things she said. So I, on the verge of losing my grasp on reason altogether, believed every word the witch said. I wanted to curse them, to curse my brothers, mother, father, I may. And the witch was saying I could do precisely that. What will it be, my dear? There is no price. I don't require a sacrifice or a dark ritual to perform my magic. I simply wish to show my gratitude. I want you to have that which you desire. Who do you want to curse? The witch's sweet whispers hung in the air for a brief moment before wisping away. All the muscles in my body tensed up. I felt woozy, like the floor was wobbling beneath me. It took everything I had not to fall over. Who did I want to curse? Oh, and you are welcome to choose more than one. All of them, even. I could curse them, and the witch would kill my family. I would be free. No one would know I had been born female. Why don't you become the new head of the estate? Who would I curse? Who would I kill? Didier? Georges? Mother? Father? I may? All of them? They had exiled me to this place. Have your revenge. A black butterfly fluttered across the room's single shaft of light. I stared absently up at it. Dozens of memories of emotions flashed through my mind. But at the end of the day, we're family. We can get past anything with enough time. Everything will go back to the way it was before, just like it did for myself and Georges. I don't understand. Why would I think about them now? They've abandoned me, left me in that room for 2 years, and then left me here for 8 more. They don't care whether I'm alive or dead. So why should I... Have you made up your mind? I have. Then tell me, my dear, who will it be? Who will you curse? No one. I cannot curse anyone, Morgana. Surely you jest. I know just how much you wish to see them dead. I felt all your hatred, your despair. And you mean to tell me you can't curse them? It struck me just now that I can't do that to family. I cannot curse my own family. It is the family that cast you aside, labeled you cursed, made you suffer for years, and then locked you away in this remote mansion. And they don't even feel the slightest bit remorseful about any of it. I understand that. I know that they don't give the same weight to their words as I do. I figured that out long ago. I know I'm alone in my prayers, that they don't want the same things I do, that I trusted them more than they ever deserved. So why then can you not curse them? Because I don't want to hate them. I don't want to bring them suffering. On the contrary, I want them to be happy. You have no place in that happiness, though. It is a happiness that rests upon your misfortune. Why then should you not drag them down so you can find respite for yourself? I would find no respite by cursing them. How can you be so sure of that, my dear? I most certainly found a great deal of it myself. You're trying to follow your conscience, I can see that. But that good is superficial, and all it does is shackle you. Remove the shackles, and everything will be so much easier. Nothing you say can convince me to kill my family. Why not someone who isn't family, then? Surely you can think of at least one person you would like to see dead. Oh, I most certainly can. I could kill her 12 times and it wouldn't be enough. Yeah, curse I may. But just because I would be happy with her death doesn't mean there aren't people who would be sad to lose her, like Georget, right? Remove any one person from that group, and the whole thing could come crashing down, all because I couldn't restrain my own hatred. Your concern for them will devour you. Don't think I'm not aware of that. You aren't. You don't know that at all. The only reason you give them any consideration is because deep down, you still have hope. But hope has a way of forsaking those who give it a home. You have a problem, and you need to take care of it before it kills you. You and I, we were cut from the same cloth. While you may still care for your family now, in time, you will come to curse them. Consider that a warning, Michel. Your hatred, your curse, is what brought me back to life. And there is no getting around that. We do have plenty of time, though. No need to rush a decision. I'll show you what it is you truly desire, deep, deep down. And I'll show you again and again, until you finally acknowledge it. The black butterfly hovering by the window disappeared, and the witch's voice grew distant, overwhelmed. I collapsed to the floor unconscious. Had I really said what I did out of love for my family? Or was I just afraid of crossing that line? Was Morgana right? Was my heart now home to a terrible monster? If I actually had resurrected the witch with my hatred, maybe that was what I was now. Darkness seeped down over me once more. I was again encased in a pool of despair. Slowly, ever so slowly, it wore away at me, eroding me into nothing. If I didn't come up for air, I soon would take the witch's offer. Cackling like a demon, I would place a curse on someone. I would kill them. Reviving her was a mistake I never should have made. And not for the greater good or anything so noble. No, every time she spoke, a little more of my spirit died. Well, you didn't know what you were doing. You were just hugging some bones. From that day on, Morgana's voice became a constant fixture in my life. Curse them, kill them, curse them, she serenaded directly into my ear. No matter where I hid or how deep I put my fingers in my ears, her voice resounded directly in my head. Hearing an incessant stream of curses from a disembodied voice was so unreal, so unbelievable, that I felt as though I was being dragged away from the realm of humanity. There was an odd, unsettling magnetism in her voice, allowing her malevolence to seep into me. It was downright torturous. Yeah, he's already having a hard time. Why do you gotta be like this, Morgana? Curse them. Revile them. Do you really need to be in your right mind, honestly? Your fixation on holding onto your sanity is what's causing you so much anguish. Admit it. There's more darkness, more seething malice inside you than anyone else. That's why you were the one who resurrected me. Admit it. You do want to curse them, don't you? You do want to kill them, don't you? No, I don't. I don't want that at all. I've told you this already. You're so desperate to deny it, Michel. It can only mean that it's true. You would be able to maintain your calm if you were truly free of guilt. I do not wish to kill Didier or Georges or mother or father. I have no desire whatsoever to see them dead. Your constant babbling is messing with my head. Be honest with yourself, Michel. You do imagine what it would be like to hold their warm intestines on your hands, standing over their bodies. No, I don't. That's not what I want. Don't lie, Michel. You climbed the tower. You opened the door. You sought me. No, I wasn't in control. No, Michel, you were. Enough! I'm done listening to you. Now, don't take your anger out on inanimate objects, Michel. Do you even know where I am? Where are you? I'm standing behind you. In front of you. Now I'm beside you. Oh, you're just playing around with me, Morgana, mocking me for your own amusement. Not at all, my dear. In fact, I consider you a close friend. Why would I mock someone who means so much to me? We are not close. You will come to understand in time that we are very much the same. And when you do, you will also know I am the one person who truly understands you. Enough! 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 Let it all go, Michel. Curse it all with me. Despise it. Kill it. Make it suffer. Curse it. Please, just stop. And where might you be going, Michel? Wherever you run, I will always be by your side. Are you going to pray to God to exorcise me? Now that's quite amusing, considering I am the child of... She's like, I'm the child of God, yeah. I'm not trying to hurt you, Michel. On the contrary, stop talking, please. Just stop. I want to set you free from your misery. I can't take it anymore. Please just be quiet. Who's there? I am here to deliver your monthly package. I see. Michel? Is something the matter? I opened the door and there stood a servant of the Boulanger estate. He seemed to be quite perturbed by the sight of me. I must have looked terrible. Morgana's voice, her words, sapped my spirit dry. A human. A normal person. Not a witch or a spirit or a demon. I knew good and well that the servant would never do anything to help me. He wouldn't believe a word I said. But at that point, his humanity was enough for me to latch on to. Help me, please. Pardon? The witch, she talks to me. She never stops talking. I'm begging you, please get me out of here. Let me go back home in your carriage. Please, let me go back. The witch's voice, it's killing me. It won't go away. I can't escape it. Please, I need your help. You've gone mad. What? You're crazy. See, this is why I didn't want this job. Having to deliver supplies to this damned cursed mansion. Having to get anywhere near the Boulanger's youngest child. No, I am perfectly sane. You sold your soul to the devil. Don't think I'm in the dark about that. No, I did no such thing. You're completely insane. No. I'm done with this damn job. It's not worth all the riches in the world. Not if it means I have to be around a lunatic like you for even a minute. God damn it. Why? I am not crazy. I am perfectly sane. I'm not mad. Michel, your mind is far, far from sound. I won't hear it. I am not mad, damn it. I am not insane. Yeah, people can't think there's a third option, huh, Enrique? I won't hear it. The witch spent nearly every waking moment of every day at my side, talking and talking and talking about how mean-spirited humans were, about how ugly they were. No wonder he was acting the way he was when Giselle showed up. She was totally like poisoning what was left of his mind. Morgana was. An endless loop of vitriol, and she never seemed to tire of it either. Every single day, on and on and on. She also made a point of reminding me about myself, everything I was trying to get away from. But as much as I fought to ignore her, to not let the things she said in. If he sold his soul to the devil, then the witch is a real supernatural being talking to him according to their principles. If he's insane, then there's no witch and he didn't sell his soul. Yeah. Yeah. People coming up with which one they believe. But as much as I fought to ignore her, to not let the things she said in, she slipped past every wall I put up. I assume Giselle's gonna show up, at least after this story, if not, maybe a little bit in this story. Her every word warping me. There was no escape. Curse them. Revile them. Remember the things they did to you. Close your eyes and envision it. Remember the scorn in their eyes. The way their lips twisted as they laughed. You need only curse them, and you can wipe those reprehensible smirks out of existence. I think you're talking about yourself, Morgana. I'm serious. Please stop this, Morgana. Please stop talking to me. I'm begging you. I seriously can't take it anymore. Oh, now why would you say that, my dear? It's just the two of us in this gloomy old house. I don't see what's wrong with a little conversation. Your voice, everything you say, is eating away at me. I care for you, and everything I say is meant to help set you free. So I will continue saying it. You're allowed to hate the people who have wronged you. They don't deserve happiness. Someone who's always smiling for you is someone who's certain to betray you. Ah! That's what he's gonna think when Giselle shows up. Someone who values themselves above all will not hesitate to put others' lives on the line. Someone who covets wealth and power will sacrifice his friends and family to obtain it. These are the kinds of people you once surrounded yourself with. I have told you repeatedly that I will not curse anyone. Why must you be so stubborn, my dear? I could ask you the same. Why won't you just leave me be? Because I can't stand to see you like this. With one word, you could be free of your pain. But because you insist on shackling yourself to your idea of family, you're making yourself miserable. We are the same type of person, Michel. The type who has the right to curse others. Regardless of what kind of childhood you had, or how much hatred instilled in you, Michel, you are a cursed man named after an angel. You need to realize how twisted you are, and soon. I am not twisted. Do you honestly still believe you're normal? Tell me what's normal about someone who happily embraces a skeleton. Tell me what's normal about someone who hacks away at a girl's face with a knife. You are not normal, and I will repeat it as many times as I have to. You need to accept that. Why must you hold so tight to your sanity? If you would just let go, you wouldn't have to suffer. No one is going to come and save you, my dear. The only thing that can save you anymore is your loathing. We are the same. I am nothing like you. I am not a witch. I'm not cursed. I'm human. I'm a human man. Yes, a man. With that body. Ugh. Oh, my dear friend, let me tell you something you should be quite pleased to hear. Do you know what some say about people like you, those who are neither male nor female? That they are like unto God. Like unto God? Indeed. You should have been worshipped for your divinity, but instead your family cursed you. Yeah, I was about to say, aren't some angels like... Yeah. You are not human. From the second life was first breathed into you, your fate was decided. No, you're wrong. If I really were wrong, you would not be here now. You would be back home with your family. Perhaps you would have a pretty little wife, living a normal, happy life together. But you have long since strayed from that path. It's well out of sight now. I have not. I am human. I'm a person, a normal person, the youngest son of the Bollinger estate. I am an ordinary man. No one, not a single person believed me. Not even the witch who was willing, not even the witch was willing to consider me human, never mind my family. The archangel whose name I shared looked down on me. The witch tried to drag me into her world. My past constantly ate away at me. I had been imprisoned in this place for far too long. There was nothing I could do about my body. All of those things combined threatened to break me. I let out a scream, then stumbled out of the room in a frenzy. I had to get out of that place. It didn't matter anymore that I was forbidden from leaving the property. I just wanted all of it out of sight. People used to talk about how they believe in the divinities and the supernatural. The moment they see something out of the ordinary, they panic. Yeah. No, Enrique, you're so right. If they wouldn't let me come home, then I would run away. It was all I could do. I wanted to get myself anywhere that might have even the tiniest bit of light to share with me. I was desperate. Someone! Anyone! Please! Tell me I'm human. Tell me I'm a man. Anyone. Please tell me I'm not cursed. But when I opened the front door, searing light pierced my eyes. Ah! The world quickly went white. I couldn't see a thing. And then... My arm began to burn beneath the sunlight. Black smoke rose from the sizzling flesh. Wait, for real? Holy F! It's that bad? A sickening stench filled the air. Excruciating pain quickly spread to the rest of my body. Why am I, water? I slammed the door shut, restoring darkness. Gasping and groaning, I trudged back into the house in search of water, which I'm sure the witch Morgana observed with a great deal of pity. I don't think you're in need of any water. Take another look at yourself. With what little light managed to worm its way into the corridors to guide me, I dragged myself to the chapel, stopping beneath the pale light shining through the stained glass window. How? I wasn't burned. In fact, my skin hadn't even turned the slightest bit pink. There was nothing wrong with me as far as I could see. Where had that pain come from then? And the distinct stench of burning flesh. Morgana, are you messing with him? This is your doing, isn't it, Morgana? I know what you're experiencing. It's happened to me too. Sometimes enough emotional distress and despair can cause physical pain. The mind and body are much more tightly linked than you think, and your mind is far more damaged than you know. You poor, poor thing. You have my sympathy, my dear. You sad little child. Collapsed on the floor in front of the multicolored window, I felt like the whole world was closing in on me, or perhaps metamorphosing around me. I was completely and utterly cornered, and there was no getting around that, which left me with only one option: to stop fighting and accept the harsh reality before me. It would make everything so much easier. The whole world said there was something wrong with me, and I was the only one who tried to deny it. So in the world's eyes, that meant there was something wrong with me. I was abnormal. I was irregular. I was mad. I was cursed. I was not human. I was not a man. If I'm not human or male, maybe I should just call myself a witch. I did, however, remain firm in my refusal to curse anyone, unwilling to give up that last piece of my humanity. Everything else I let go of, which took a great deal of weight off me. I stopped caring, and I stopped thinking. I stopped wanting someone to accept me, and I stopped wanting to run away. Sunlight no longer caused me agonizing unseen burns, but in exchange, I became emotionally empty. I discarded my faith and my hope, building a shell of cynicism and closing myself within it. And in time, that became my normal. And I began to believe it was what I wanted. Tranquility filled my days. Time trudged onward at an almost imperceptible pace. The witch's whispers no longer caused me aggravation. And that's how Michel was when Giselle showed up. Essentially nothing of note happened over the next 2 years. At one point, a man with an unusual disease stumbled across the mansion while wandering the forest, but there is little more to be said about that. For nothing at all could have convinced me to care about someone else. I spent much of my time sitting before the fireplace. I had covered the stained glass window with drapes, loath even to think about that damned archangel. Staring at the dancing flames, I was able to forget the passage of time, watching, unblinking, as the red and orange tongues flicked back and forth. They seemed to spread outward from the fireplace, consuming me. Whether by the raging infernos of hell or the cleansing fires of purgatory, the thought of being swallowed up and burned to ashes by a massive conflagration was quite pleasant. Those visions never became reality. Tell me, Michel, what are you thinking about right now? Do you still not want to curse them? Look at yourself, Michel. Look at how you're living. Do you really want this life? Have you ever thought about dying? Michel, would you like to die? That's the right answer. God has said that taking one's own life is a sin, after all. That's good, Michel. You've made the right decision. And I shall be there with you until the very end, my dear friend. Honestly, part of me did desire death. I just didn't have enough energy to take my own life. My mind and spirit were too far decayed. However, in my 10th year, the door opened once more, and time sputtered back into motion when you showed up, Giselle. Everything I had given up on, and everything I had thought I'd lost, it all came back. At first, as you know quite well, I was deeply mistrustful of you. I hated having you around, but if I hadn't met you, in all likelihood, I probably would have continued down that path and become a demon. So here's Giselle alone, if you're still here. But you seem to me like a rather handsome man. I think I get what you're trying to say, but my mental image of a witch is definitely more a woman. So you're not a witch. To tell you the truth, I didn't know who might be here, which had me rather scared. But I think I can make this work. It's a pleasure to meet you, Master. After taking care of Giselle, I returned to my room. I was, to be quite honest, dumbfounded. And it was naturally the witch who stoked the fire of my apprehension. Why would you let that woman stay here? She came from the Bollinger estate, and we both know how you feel about your family. Chase her out. Give her a little scare, and she'll be gone within the day. If you'd rather not, I could always frighten her in your place. A rattling window here, a couple broken glasses there, a ghost! Small things like that to accentuate the eerie atmosphere. Are you going to say anything? Why do you care about her at all? Oh, now, don't be like that. I live here too, so why shouldn't I care? And I'm not fond of noisy people, or sprightly women like that one. That's something we can both agree on, isn't it? You don't like that woman, do you? The more a person smiles, the less you can trust them. Though I hardly have to tell you that, do I? Stop talking. Now, that's not very polite. This is a family matter. It's none of your concern. I was merely offering to help rid you of a pest. I don't need your help. I will get rid of that woman when I'm ready. But first, I will find out what secrets she's keeping. Then I will go back to living in peace. Very well, then. That pest has no place in your sweet solitude. The world before you now is so much kinder, so much warmer than the one you used to know. Well, good luck then. And if you need a helping hand, don't hesitate to ask. Oh, and by the way, what now? You've changed, my dear. And I like you so much better like this. I always hated how much you reeked of human. You were blessed with a body like unto God. Yeah, she's just mega super salty, but she has reasons to be. She had a terrible life. She's just mega super salty into forever. You were personally created by his hands. I could only dream of having what you have, but you only wanted to deny it. Now, though, you act the part much better. A saint, resurrected by the closest living thing to God. Yeah, so, Morgana grew up thinking she was a saint because when she was born, like, there was the drought ended in her town and they were saved from famine and stuff and some other coincidences. So, her village believed, and she believed wholeheartedly, that she had the blood of a saint and therefore her blood had healing properties. So that kind of decided the course of her whole life, and people exploiting her to draw her blood. They literally believed she was Jesus, yeah. And people profited off of her. And like, several different... Well, no, I guess it was the same person both times who tied her up and harvested her blood, but yeah. Perhaps this too could be considered a miracle. Morgana. Yes. You are a deranged, delusional woman. Why, thank you. Okay, that was funny. Giselle was a woman who smiled a great deal. Her jade eyes seemed to glimmer every time she made a new face. And the more she smiled, the more vibrantly she spoke, the more suspicious I became. I couldn't trust someone who smiled that much, especially not a woman. And the way she kept trying to get friendly with me didn't help that impression at all. I had a hard time believing she honestly wanted to get to know me. I couldn't help but think she was trying to fish for information. Anyone who tried to get close to me had to have some ulterior motive, like I May, who had only done so to satisfy Mother. Perhaps my mistrust could have been considered paranoia, but even 10 years later, flashes of that nightmare would still come back to me from time to time. It would take more than a few attempts at being nice for me to trust this stranger. Eventually, I came to the realization that she was hiding something, and I convinced myself it was out of guilt. So I wrote Mother in search of something I could use to tear her down, to get her out of here. I should have listened to Giselle rather than Mother or the witch. But I had conflated her with Aimee in my mind, so I was unable to see where the truth really lay. I was only able to perceive her as malicious. So instead of her, I put my faith in Mother's words, despite Mother never once doing the same for me. My beloved daughter, Michel, I deeply regret having to put you in this situation. I never wanted to let that woman get anywhere near you. She is a witch, a terrible, sinful witch, a dreadful, tainted woman. She lay with my husband, with your father. She is a lowly merchant girl who wormed her way into our family so she could exploit your father for money. She committed a grievous sin, the sin of adultery. I tried to have her executed, but your father wouldn't allow it, so it's like an Wait, I just realized Giselle and Michel have, like, completely opposite situations with being banished to the house. So instead, he had her banished to atone for her sins, unaware that you already lived there, and I could not tell him either, for that is mine and your brother's secret. I pray you can find it in your heart to forgive your mother for her failings. Forgive me for delivering a witch to you. I would not be surprised if she tried snooping around. She is a ruthless fiend who will do anything for money. Should word of your curse happen to spread, it would surely draw unwanted attention from the church. We have no allies except each other. Michel, with this letter I have included a knife. The blade has been blessed with holy water, which should allow it to eradicate the corrupt evil soul of the witch. What the fuck? Man! Michelle's mom really is off her rocker. She sent him that knife to kill her. She is crazy. Oh my god. I ask of you, with all my heart, to send that awful creature back to hell. What the fuck? Yeah, it's that knife. Oh my god. It was storming that night, erratic claps of thunder ripping through the sky. Giselle let out a panicked scream, shoving me back. The look in her eyes kicked into motion emotions I'd thought I'd lost. I knew that face. I knew that scream, because that face had once been mine. I had screamed with that same utter despair at the world. back to the way things were. Yes, finally, it's quiet again. I'm honestly surprised she stayed as long as she did. In a way, her tenacity is rather impressive. Not many would persist for so long in the face of such obvious disinterest. But you know no one would try to get friendly with you without good reason. Information about you carries considerable weight outside these walls. But the look on her face then, was that really her just putting on an act because I revealed her scheming? If you think she was afraid of you, you're mistaken. That's how people behave when their sins are brought to light. She was screaming, though, and she looked genuinely terrified when she knocked my hand away. You're not going to let a woman's screams cloud your judgment, are you? A woman can make a weapon out of anything. Tears, a smile, fear. The day she arrived, you recognized her smile as fake. So surely you aren't going to fall for this. I am not falling for anything. I feel like I know that frenzied panic. Something doesn't add up. Just nothing, my dear. In fact, what perplexes me is why you didn't simply kill her when you had the chance. Are you afraid of the sight of blood? The blood of your tormentors has no more worth than that of a wild boar. You should have sliced her throat without a second thought. Although, I suppose that would have made quite the mess. Now that makes more sense. You were not afraid of hurting her. You merely didn't want the burden of having to clean up afterward. God damn it, Morgana. How very like you. Be quiet. Oh, come now. That woman's finally gone. It's back to just the two of us, and you don't want to talk? Silence, please. As you wish. I will celebrate your accomplishment in silence, my dearest friend. I imagine she's out there, half buried in the cold earth by now. Yeah, she almost died out there. I get chills every time I consider where I would be if I had done as Mother said, if I had killed you, or if out there in the forest you had succumbed to the unforgiving weather. Life had never given me much in the way of good fortune, but you coming back, you being alive, was absolutely a blessing. I'm done. I can't take it. I'm through with this whole world. You don't have any idea what I went through there. How hard it was just to keep myself together. Giselle, I do understand. I know very well how difficult, how painful it can be for no one to believe you, for no one to accept you. I know far too well what it's like to want to scream that you're done with this whole damned world. I truly do. That day, for the first time, we saw past the surface. Yeah, he hired her on as a maid just because he fancied her and he raped her, yeah. That day, for the first time, we saw past the surface. He abused her too, quite horribly. For a while. We got to know each other as people. It was nothing more than a single small step, but for us, it was like we had moved a mountain. I still remember how the light felt as it shone through the windows we opened together. It didn't burn. And while this might sound melodramatic, I feel safe in saying that it was probably the gentlest light I'd ever felt in my life. Following my reconciliation with Giselle, I started turning back into my old self. Well, I suppose that's not quite correct. I felt a comfort and peace with myself that I never had before. That may have been the first time I was really human. Having someone else around began to feel normal. It was something I was certain I would never have. It was incredible. Though, to someone else, our time together may have seemed frivolous and empty, our conversations meaningless chatter. I'd never thought the day would come when someone would laugh at something I said, when someone would smile at the sight of me. However trivial, seeing Giselle smile made me happy. Oh, darn it, where'd you get off to? Are you here? Are you in the vase? What's all the racket? Is something the matter? Ah, master. Yes, a cat. Huh? A cat? A naughty little cat's been sneaking into the cellar the past few days, so I'm trying to catch him. If you happen to come across him, don't let him get away. Right. And what will you do once you've caught him? Well, I don't want to punish him. That would be mean. If he insists on coming back, I think I'll take him in and teach him how to be a house cat. You mean to keep him? Are you not fond of cats, master? I don't mind them, no. Then there you have it. I hope he doesn't take too long to warm up to us. Maybe it'll help if you give him a name. Ooh, a name. That's a great idea. What should we call him then? You decide, master. You want me to pick a name? Ugly, speckly pants. This is your house, after all. So it's only right you would be the one to choose. I'm not sure I follow that reasoning. What does the cat look like? Well, he's wild, so he's dirty, I guess, and he's kind of got some spots here and there. Is he ugly? I'd say so. Yeah, it can't be the same cat because of the time difference, but it must be fate. All right then. Ugly Speckles Mark II. Ugly Speckles Mark II. Yes. That's a name. Why on earth would you want to call something that? And what does Mark II even mean? Be quiet. It's on you if he runs away, master. My time with Giselle made a normal person out of me. Made me able to tell stupid jokes. To get frustrated or surprised or exasperated. I started showing actual emotion. Our silly, meaningless banter became something precious. My heart of stone began to soften. The world she created for me was what I had yearned for my whole life. Having lost half of it in prison, and the other half playing an identity that conflicted with how I felt in my heart. It was the first time I genuinely felt like I was allowed to be myself. I know! Yeah. Yeesh, you're not a kid, so don't be so picky. It's not good for you. You make a mockery of the culinary arts. I've heard quite enough, master. It sounds like I'm gonna need to put your taste buds through some intense rehabilitation. How about this, master? Play a game against me. And of course, if you're open to it, it doesn't have to end there. We can continue getting to know each other for years to come. Giselle, though I did my best not to show it, I think that I treasured our time together even more than you did. I'd latched onto it, desperately refusing to let go. I needed it, and I needed you. Are you listening, Morgana? I can hear you just fine, my dear. Now what brings you all the way up here? You know you can call me from anywhere in the house. My bonds to this tower have been broken. This is a conversation we can only have here. The place where we first met. It's time for us to part ways. My desires haven't changed since our first encounter. I wish to be a person. To be a man. Exactly. When I'm with Giselle, I am that. She makes me into the person I always wanted to be. And now you wish to be rid of me so you can complete your descent into the realm of the unclean. I do. You came all the way up here just to tell me that. A needless formality. I'm sorry, Michel, but we are kindred spirits, as much as you may want to deny it. You could be second only to God, yet you spurn his gift. I am nothing like you. I am a human, nothing more. I shall not condemn you for your unyielding resolve, but rather pity you for being so utterly blind. Allow me to make a prediction before I depart, Michel. Cursed namesake of an archangel. You may think that you're making some sort of progress, but the fact of the matter is you've gone nowhere. Will that smile of Giselle's be able to withstand your secret? You know better than anyone that no one can accept what you are, not even her. You will never be with anyone. I understand that. No, Michel, you don't understand, but you will soon enough. What you have now is not true happiness. It's empty, naught but a masquerade. And when the night is over, the masks will come off. So what if it isn't permanent, isn't real? Does being ephemeral make it worthless? Why can I not want something that doesn't last forever? This is the first time I've ever found joy in life. Those memories of happiness only serve to worsen the loss. The sweeter the honey, the more you despair when the pot runs dry. Sooner or later, you will return to me, begging for my help. And I have every intention of giving it to you. I will not hold this over you either. For when you come to me, it will be in the time of your utmost despair. And when your little paradise finally comes crumbling down, you will become what I am. So I will take my leave from your side in anticipation of that day. Until we meet again, my dear. Oh, hello, Master. I was just looking for you. I heated up some wine and thought you might... is something the matter? No, I'm fine. Thank you. No, it's nothing. All I did was warm it over the fire. Are you sure nothing's the matter? I shouldn't be hearing the witch's voice anymore, so yes, I am fine. Oh, wow! Yeah, Giselle never believed the witch was real. That was the one thing she didn't believe him about. That's wonderful news, Master. It is. Giselle seemed quite relieved when I informed her the witch would no longer be bothering me. I knew she didn't believe in the witch, but that wasn't what mattered. What did matter was that, despite likely questioning my sanity when I'd first told her about it, she hadn't tried to pull away. She treated me the same as before. She never stopped smiling. And that meant so much more than whether or not she believed in the witch. With Morgana's voice no longer constantly in my ears, my life started to feel like some approximation of normal. In fact, I would say I was probably happier than most. Nevertheless, I intended to keep a certain degree of distance between us, for what the witch had said had rang truer than I wanted to admit. You will never be with anyone. Having been born into this body, that was my reality, and there was nothing I could do to change it. I'd come to accept that, or so I'd thought. I wasn't going to covet what I couldn't have, but I had gotten a taste of that sweet happiness. I had started to develop a great affection for that smile, and as much as I tried to tell myself I was just getting caught up in the moment, that the feelings would pass in time, I found myself unable to restrain the swelling of emotions within me. That day by the fireplace, I thought that all I wanted from you was friendship. To have you in my life, always nearby. I thought that if we were simply friends, I would still be able to see that smile, even if you were to learn what I was. That if we were merely friends, you would be able to accept that. So I would keep these things I felt inside at all costs. However, with each passing day, with each gentle smile, I know, that's what I'm saying. Y'all gotta figure it out. My affection for you swelled. It reached the point where, as hard as I tried to keep it contained, all it would take was the slightest nudge for it to come spilling out. And it made me desire what was out of reach. Yeah, that was a cute pic of the both of them. That was a really cute scene when they were reading together. I was convinced I had changed because this happiness had become my everyday. I had no right to any such thing, but I came to wish that I could be the center of your life. I yearned for you, and I wanted you to yearn for me. And like the fool I am, I thought that with you, it might even be possible. Right, so she had grown that rose and gave it to him, and he put it in her hair. Honestly, it's no trouble, I mean it. You just took me by surprise, that's all. I am pleased. It doesn't matter how it turns out. You drew it for me, master. Right, and then he was like, oh shit, why'd I do that? It was like this kind of funny, awkward moment. And so then he's like, right. Let me draw you. You look so pretty. No, he didn't say that. He was like, with the rose. The rose is pretty, not you. I mean, you're a good background for the rose. It was a scene like that. And he was like, I'll go get this charcoal that I have that my brother gave me and draw a picture. And it was just him trying to come up with an excuse for his behavior. Trying to play it off like, no, I don't have feelings. It was so awkward and funny. Whether it's good or bad is irrelevant. I would be happy with anything drawn for me by the man I love, and then that just slipped out of her too. So she was actually the one who accidentally confessed. That one word set me into motion. For I had long since fallen deeply, utterly in love with you, and there was no escaping that. I don't know why these CGs of her are so booby. They don't need to be. She's wearing a shirt. Listen very carefully. I love you. I love you so much, I feel like my heart is going to explode. Nevertheless, there was also no escaping my past, what I was, knowing I could never truly be with you. I could do nothing about this body. I pushed you away, but seeing all the color drain from your face, I knew I had to take that step. I thought that maybe you could change my world. If you really did love me as much as you said, together, we could change everything. So yeah, he actually rejected her at first, but she was so like fucking heartbroken. He was like, wait, sorry about that. Fuck, I lied. We could walk a new path side by side, and so I decided to trust my heart. She even had like snot coming out. She was crying so hard. I'm in heaven. I'm so happy I could cry. I too was elated. Giselle, I'm sure you thought I was a kind-hearted man, that my love for you was pure and chaste, and I wanted that to be that for you. But beneath the surface lurked indecent desires. Despite saying I didn't want to hurt you, that just having you by my side was enough, my desire bubbled up at the warmth of your skin. I wanted to let that heat take over, to let my hands run free. I could feel it burning inside me. I longed for intimacy, not just emotionally, but physically. I wished I could lay down on my bed and satisfy those desires. I wanted to make love to you. Unfortunately, that was not possible. I didn't have the ability. No matter how hard I try, my body lacks the capability to be one with you. I can pray, and I can long, and I can wish all I want, but my body will never be what I want it to be. So that scene, that CG with her like that, I am gray. Wait a second. So that scene was, she wanted to show her scars to him. The abuse she took from his father. Michel's father would cut her on top of everything else, and she had a lot of nasty scars, like on her legs and things like that. So she did get naked in front of him to like show him and hope that he accepted her, and he did, but it was kind of, but like Michel never took his clothes off, and they never actually did anything because, well, I'm sure for Michel he was just putting it off as long as he could, but for Giselle, she had a lot of PTSD about what Michel's father did to her. So so even though she wanted to get intimate, like she couldn't like mentally get there. So they were just sleeping in the same bed. I am gray. Though I've always known my true color, I have no way of becoming it. My heart has always known what I am, but the world refuses to accept it. Every time I claim I'm normal, 5 say I'm an abomination. Would it really have been too much to ask for me to be born normal? To let me be who I truly am? Is that really so much to ask? Things began to change when I learned my father Antonin had passed away. I'm sure they were spooning, just with clothes on. Georges would, I assume, be busy preparing to take his place. And if what he had said was true, then I would be welcomed back to the estate. I would no longer be a demon child, but a member of the Boulanger family once more. Deep down, though, I couldn't completely believe it would actually happen. After 11 years in exile, I had no idea how they felt about me anymore. Would they even remember a promise they had made so long ago? Fear that they wouldn't threaten to consume me, but Giselle, as she so often seemed to do, put my mind at ease. No matter where I go, you'll be there with me, Michel. It's true, I am nervous not knowing what the future holds. but not in a scared something bad might happen kind of way. It's more of a jittery, excited anxiousness. You're going to mention someone like him would be ideal for her since she could have some sort of trauma with his father. Yeah, she certainly did. Yeah, so it would be ideal, but Michel never told her. And then they died. No, you're absolutely right. I'm confident the two of us can overcome anything, no matter what obstacles may come our way. Together, we can create an even more wonderful future. Could I believe her? Could I have faith in her wonderful future? That she would always be there with me? That we would return to the estate and finally move on with our lives? That together we could create a future? No, that wasn't a question. I wanted to have faith. I wanted to believe as much as she did. I wanted to believe that even if I was gray, I could have a normal life together with her. She had rescued me from the depths of hell, and now I wanted to make her happy. After taking that step in our relationship, I made numerous attempts to reveal the truth about what I was. So he tried! Oh no! This is so sad! But every time I tried, sharp pain gripped my chest, and my words faded into nothing before they could reach my lips. No! So he tried! And he just couldn't! No! I knew that if our relationship were to continue, I would have to tell her eventually, but merely imagining her face twisted in disgust nearly crushed me. She was everything to me, and so, as we prepared for our departure, I decided it was time to make some changes. It was time for me to break out of my rut. And what happened next depended largely on whether Mother and my brothers were willing to accept me as a man. The course my future took was in their hands, in their hearts. If they couldn't accept me, then I couldn't return home. I prayed from the bottom of my heart that things would turn out for the best, that my family would accept me for who I was, and that they would accept what I had with Giselle. I decided I would tell Giselle everything after I received their responses, and I hoped dearly that she would join me wherever I ended up. See, in this game, whenever people set deadlines for themselves, it's always bad. It always tragically ends up like just too late. If anybody sets a deadline for themselves in this game, it's bad. Yeah, for real. You get it. You get it. Yeah, with Pauline. I was thinking with Jacopo and the white-haired girl. They had set deadlines upon themselves at the same time. But the dates were fucked up. Yeah. I couldn't provide Giselle with the same kind of happiness a normal man could, but if she and my family accepted me, I would do anything I could to build a happy family with her in my own way. And so, I sat down to write. Dear Mother, good for you, Michel. There is something I wish to tell you, something that means a great deal to me. So I ask of you, please hear me out, and I ask of you, please accept it. Mother, I no longer bear any resentment for my present lot in life. Nevertheless, I would ask of you to concede one thing, that I was never cursed, that I was always your son, that I am Michel, not Michel. I have found someone whom I care for deeply, a woman, and I love her with all my heart. I would like to spend the rest of my life with her. I do not wish for much. Simply to have a quiet life with her. To go through our days together, man and woman. That is the one thing I want. Mother, I know you're aware that my body is no longer female. I am a man. My heart is male. And I ask of you to please accept that. I have no grudge with you. In fact, I'm incredibly grateful to you for bringing me into this world. With love, your dearest son. Rather than a reply, I received a visit from knights ordered to kill me. Michel, tell me, why do you think this is your fault? What is your curse? Your curse? It isn't just the color of your hair and eyes, is it? There's more to it, isn't there? There's something else, isn't there? Can you hear me, Morgana? Morgana! Please say something. Morgana! Your predictions, they were right. I was a fool, and you can laugh at me all you want. So please say something. Death! Death to the unholy one! Death to the heretic! Death to the witch! So that really was his mother who sent the knights. That's fucking awful. Fuck her. Oh my god. So we have no idea what's gonna happen to Didier and Georget, but she must have told them at some point, right? It's fucking god damn it. Ah! She had lost it. Why won't you answer me, Morgana? Why can I not feel you there beside me? You said you would help me when I came for it. Well, here I am, begging for your help. Please, come back to me, just this once. I know you're there somewhere. Please, before they break down the door. So, at this part, we saw it from Giselle's perspective, and she saw that, Michel was just staring off into nothing and not responding because he was trying to talk to Morgana. Michel, I'm all right. It's okay, Michel. I'm not scared. You're here with me after all. I'm fine. It's all fine. So please hold me until it's all over. Please stay with me. Michel, my dear, why would you ever believe that fairy tale nonsense? Why would you ever think a wonderful future awaited you? Morgana, here you are now, wretched, pitiful. For that you have my sympathy. I will help you in your time of need. Ah, finally you speak. Michel, I can feel the despair emanating from you. You hate it. It kills you. This is how you're rewarded for fighting to be yourself. You know exactly who sent those knights, don't you? They rejected you, rejected who you are. It wasn't all of them. I swear, it must not have been his brothers. It must have been just his mother. They rejected you, rejected what you are. Hey, Michel, are you all right? Your family, unable to accept your body and heart, branded you a heretic and turned you over to the church. Yes, they did. And did you hear what the knights were saying? They've even accused you of being a witch, taken my sins and placed them on you. Come back to me, Michel. You hate them, don't you? You want to curse them, don't you? You want to kill them, don't you? I shall grant you that wish. Out of your hatred and despair, I shall make my own wish, and that wish shall become a curse upon your family's wicked souls. You'll grant my wish then, Morgana? Yes, yes, absolutely. Tell me what it is you want, my poor little darling. Michel! Let your contempt flow free. Give me the names of those you want cursed. I want you to protect her. Excuse me? If they find her, she could be accused of abetting a witch and executed as well. So please, use your power to keep her safe. You said you would grant my wish, did you not? That was not the wish I was hoping for. I know, but... No, I know, but that's the wish I want you to grant. Morgana! Then offer me something in return. Such a disappointing wish will require a sacrifice. Step beyond that door, my dear, and witness ultimate despair. That was my plan anyway. So long as I am considered a heretic and marked for death, my being alive puts Giselle in danger. Indeed it does. Yet here you are, shaking like a scared little child. Of course I'm scared. There isn't a single person who doesn't fear death. Please keep her safe. You're the only one who can help me, Morgana. You have my word. Ah! Keep her safe, but in the most twisted way possible. From this moment, I vow to protect her life for thousands of years. She cannot die. She won't even bleed. And she'll spend hundreds of years in this house. Endless torment. Having to slave away, wiping the floors for me. No, I'm just kidding. Although that is what happens. From this moment, I vow to protect her life, and the finger on the monkey paw curls. Thank you. Giselle. Please hear me out, Giselle. I never thought anything good would become of my life. I never thought I would find anyone who truly understood me, who would be happy to have my love. And for that, I hated the world. I was in constant torment, living in the shadows. But then, a single ray of light shone down on me. Michel, you, Giselle, you delivered me from the darkness. I'm scared, Giselle. I'm terrified. I used to think my life was meaningless, that it didn't matter if I lived or died. But now I can't stop shaking. That's perfectly normal. I'm scared to death too, but what scares me most is losing you. Michel, so please allow me to repay you. I said I would do anything for you, so let me do this. I haven't given you anything. I haven't done anything for you. Give me one final chance. Michel! What are you doing? Get back in here, Michel! What? Why? The door... I can't open it. Michel! Michel! What did you do to the door? Come on, get back in here. I guess you really can perform miracles, Morgana. I don't want to lose you either. I know that by doing this, I will bring you pain, Giselle. But I can't make you happy, no matter how hard I try. And I realize that now. Say something, Michel. You're out there, aren't you? Please! Please don't do anything rash. They're going to kill you if you're out there. Giselle, the witch told me. What? That she would ensure your safety. Michel, she isn't real. There is no witch talking to you. It's all in your head. A figment of your imagination created to alleviate your loneliness. Rest assured, she does not lie. Michel! I pray that someday she will be able to get past this, to move on with her life. She never does, buddy. Sorry. In a way, she does, but it's in the most fucked up way possible that she, stops being human. She needs to know that that's what I want. I have to find the right words. I'm pathetic. My voice is so shaky. Please listen. You are a wonderful woman, Giselle. Spirited, true to yourself, deeply sympathetic. You are not to blame for how difficult your life has been. Most of the fault lies with me and a bit of bad fortune. But that's all behind you now. Once this is over, you can start anew. What are you talking about? So survive, live a good, fulfilling life, move past this, live your life, and always love your family. No, that's not what happens. I know you can do it. That That is my wish for you. No, I don't want that. I want to be with you. No one else but you. I don't want to let you die. There it is. Death to the heretic. Death to the heretic. Death to the heretic. Get back in there, Michel. Open the door. If my choice is to live on without you, I'd rather... Yes, that's correct, alone. Yep. For way longer than Michel ever was. Giselle was exactly like what you were saying for hundreds of years. In fact, there were hundreds of years where the witch didn't even speak to her, so it was just like maddening silence. And then when she did, she was, you know, being herself, like, ha ha ha, wow, I wonder when Michel's coming back, huh? Where is he? Are you done waiting? Are you giving up? You know, it was like that for hundreds of years. Get back in here. So this scene has happened before, except last time we saw it on the other side of the door from Giselle's perspective, and now it's on the other side of the door from Michel's perspective. If my choice is to live on without you, I'd rather... Your scars will heal. You'll find a nice man and have a wonderful family. Why? Because you have a good family. You have a mother and a sister who love you. If you were to be executed here with me, you would be marked a heretic as well, and your family would be condemned. I don't want anyone else to suffer that kind of disgrace. But I can't tell you any of that because I don't want you looking into why I am a heretic. So this is where we part ways. God damn it, Michel! So this is where we part ways, Giselle. Thank you, Giselle, for bringing light to my world. Don't say that! The year we shared together, and the months since our relationship blossomed, have been the brightest days of my life. But if there is a next life, I hope you don't mind that I pray that we're able to meet again, and this time that we can find each other once more in another world, in a body that better suits me. Michel! 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 I thought I was prepared, that I was doing something good, something I could be proud of, that I would give my life for her with head held high, but it wasn't long before I realized that what the witch had meant, what she had warned me about, when she had said ultimate despair waited beyond this door. It is our holy duty as knights of the church to deliver punishment unto the heathen who made a pact. No, it's not DDA, is it? Fuck! Made a pact with the devil. You are sentenced to death, your body to be hanged upon the cross for 3 days and 3 nights, wherein your unholy flesh shall be purified by the fires of heaven. Why? What are you doing here? No! 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 I can't! I stared up at the night, eyes wide, for the voice from within the helm, Didier, belonged to my elder brother. No! Fuck this game! I hate this! You shall now be executed. So do you have any final words? I knew well enough that Mother was not in her right mind, and while her refusal to accept me had hurt, at the same time I had somewhat expected it. It made sense to me. In her madness, Mother had declared me a heretic and reported me to the church. But Didier... Men wield swords and fight against dangerous enemies, and they do so to protect the weak, women and children. I'm here to protect you and your mother. No! What are you doing here? Why are you pointing your sword at me? Are you smiling behind that cold steel helm, frowning or staring expressionlessly? Though your transformation was too much for Father and Mother to accept, With enough time, everything will go back to the way it was before. Enrique, you're right. You're right. But also, oh, I'm so upset. I believed in him. I'm so upset. With enough time, everything will go back to the way it was before, just like it did for myself and Georget. None of this is your fault. It was all unfortunate timing. You said that it would all go back to normal eventually. And I trust that even if the whole world says I'm cursed, that you'll always be on my side, that you'll always be my brothers. Can I put my trust in you once more? Didier, Georget. Yeah, she's crazy and delusional, but Didier is aware of everything. I know! Ah! You absolutely can, Michel. I swear to God on high. Did your vow have any meaning at all? I spent years here in this dark house, waiting, believing you would come through for me. So why are you standing there, a half dozen knights at your back, saying I am to be executed? Why? Didier? Do not cry. Don't you dare cry, Michel. You're standing here in front of this door as a man protecting the woman he loves. So you mustn't cry. Who is it you're sentencing to death? Michel Bollinger, or a demon child, naturally, or a witch, perhaps. But why? If I'm not an angel sent from heaven, or a demon child, then what am I? What on earth am I? What are you? You're a Bollinger. You're our family. And that's all there is to it. I thought we were brothers. Our familial bonds have long since been severed, cursed witch. Fuck you, Didier! I can't believe this! Now I see, Giselle. This world never had a place for me. I was never welcome here. Kill him! Fuck you, Didier! I can't. Oh my god, I need to see Michel go back to the painting that Georget's ghost is trapped in and talk to him so bad. So many blades pierced my flesh. Didier's sword in my chest. He was stabbed in the chest by his own brother. I can't believe this. Lances in my arms and shoulders, arrows in both my legs. I could hardly even tell what hurt anymore. But the pain from within was much clearer. My heart cracked audibly before shattering completely. Don't cry. Do not cry. Tears will only make me more pitiful. So don't you cry, Michel. Don't cry. I believed in you. D-A. And Michel thought that Georget's painting would be the biggest betrayal, something far worse from the other brother. Yeah, I can't believe this. Didier, when I was younger, I idolized you. Those broad shoulders, muscular arms, gentle eyes, everything you said, your simple but pure desire to become a knight. I thought if I could be like you, then I could be proud of who I was. Though that may have faded somewhat after being locked away for so long. My adoration for you never went away. I thought you, of everyone, would accept me for who I am. And I thought you would celebrate my relationship with Giselle. That you would put those big hands on my shoulders, a a smile on your face and say, I'm happy for you. That you would welcome her into the family. That we could go on outings together on cloudy days. And maybe she could make something for us. She's a pretty good cook, after all. I'm gonna fucking die. I can't. Georget would rifle through the basket before lunch, and Didier would scold him. I would be there watching, a proud smile on my face, as unlikely, as out of reach as I knew it was. I still dreamed of a life like that. I had the faintest hope that when we saw each other again, that dream might come true. Didier, I put my faith in you. And so, my life came to an end. But that wasn't the end of the story. I don't know if what comes next could be called my story, but memories of these events linger in my soul. After being pierced by Didier's blade, I found myself looking down upon my own corpse. How could I have ever imagined that I would be made to witness my own misery, even in death? I watched as my eldest brother dragged me the place of my crucifixion. No! And my soul, evidently still bound to my flesh, was dragged along with it, against my will, down to the nearby village. No! The knights! The knights have returned from their holy quest. Oh, how we've awaited your arrival. How glorious it is to see you. These villagers, by the way, treated, at first they took in Giselle after, she had run away, but they ended up treating her like shit and tried to kill her. Waiting for us there was a cluster of villagers. A large cross lay on the ground in the center of the square. Holding torches, they formed a crowd around the knights, several of them familiar faces. The men who had come to ransack the mansion were standing there, staring at my body in awe. Amédée, oh my god, Amédée's back. Ah, the Lord's judgment has been delivered unto the witch of the cursed mansion by his holy servants. No longer shall we live in fear of the curse befalling us. Eternal peace is assured. We have assembled all the tools you need to execute your divine mission. A cross befitting of such a heinous sinner. That which threatened to curse us, sullied our pure ears with its blasphemy. Yeah, when the, Giselle had been forced pretty much to lead them to the house, and, Michel scared away the villagers, leaving Giselle behind. Yeah, Michel had scared the villagers by screaming, like, I am the witch, I place a curse on you, blah, 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 to, like, scare them into running away. I had done no such thing. I hadn't cursed anyone. I had merely been defending myself. They had been armed and outnumbered me, so I had said what was necessary to chase them off. Our poor harvest and our suffering at the hands of the greedy Lord were all the work of the witch. Why, then, were they acting like I was at fault? Why was I the sinner? Why did I need to be judged? Just the mother's testimony would not be enough for a death sentence, huh? I guess the church used their testimonies as well? Oh, I didn't think of that. I figured that the villager stuff would bite them in the ass eventually, but geez. My soul trembled at the overwhelming fervor consuming the crowd, their zealous desire to see judgment cast. So I prayed. I asked God to grant me the smallest of miracles, to let my voice reach my brother who carried my body. Please don't do this, DDA. Please hear my voice. You know me better than that. You know I've done nothing wrong. Those men smirking at the sight of my body, they're the ones putting the blame for their sins on me. Please tell me you, at least, don't think I did those things. Don't put me on that cross. If it was Mother who sold me out to the church, then surely you can give me a respectable burial. The nails and rope for the crucifixion are here. We would have you, O knight, deliver the Lord's judgment unto this vile witch. DDA, why do you say nothing? Why do you accept the tools this man presents you? Tools meant to punish me. Tell me, DDA. Crucifixion! Crucify it! Crucify the witch! My brother lowered my corpse to the ground and began removing my clothing. And in that very moment, I realized the purpose of hanging someone from a cross. Overwhelmed by hopelessness, tears streamed down my face. Your ghost's face streamed down your soul's face. Please, anything but that. I'm begging you. Don't expose me to these people. Don't expose my body, DDA. I'm begging you. Don't do it! But of course, my voice had no way of reaching him, and he proceeded to remove my clothing piece by piece until I was left fully nude. For a brief moment, an unpleasant silence spread through the crowd. The erratic crackling of their torches was the only sound that could be heard in the square. And then, with a mocking laugh, one man spoke. Ah, so there it is, the devilish creature. Don't look at me, please. Look away. Or just get it over with and burn me now. Burn my body, please. One simple thing was all I was missing. I had a frame like a man. I lacked breasts of a woman. My heart was male. I was in love with a woman. You sold your soul to the devil, and this is what you became. This frightful, reprehensible creature, to dare defile the sacred body God blessed you with. Was that what people really thought of me? Was there no way to make them understand? Could they not possibly imagine how miserable it was to live in a body that didn't fit the shape of your soul? Was there no way to get through to them, even the slightest bit, that all I wanted was to be as what I felt I was? Was that really so heinous a crime? Please, DDA, stop this. Don't humiliate me any further. Please, just let me depart this world in peace. Carry my body away from this place. That's all I ask. And if you can't do that, then at least burn me instead. DDA. DDA. He then placed my body upon the cross, bound my arms together at the wrists with rope, and then drove a nail through my palms. I couldn't look away. I tried to close my eyes, but I couldn't. That's his brother. My vision remained perfectly clear despite the constant stream of tears. When he was finished attaching my body to the cross, he and several other knights lifted it off the ground. That's his brother. Planting it in the center of the village square. The villagers showered the knights with their praise and gratitude, not for lack of trying, as I was unable to get away from the cross. My soul was trapped there along with my body. DDA didn't say a word the entire time. After a full day of hanging there, grotesque, blackish splotches began appearing on my lower body. Everyone who saw it grimaced in disgust. The knights DDA included had long since taken their leave, leaving my soul behind, curled up at the base of the cross. A constant stream of tears ran down my face. Despite all my prayers, I remained bound to that place, left to rot on the cross with my body. Passers-by threw rocks or spat at me. Children laughed. A mother warned her daughter to always obey God's teachings. By 48 hours, black-feathered birds and maggots had appeared to devour my rotting flesh. I couldn't imagine any less a pleasant sight than my own body decaying in the sunlight, exposed for all to see. A group of children assembled in the square not far from the cross, and soon after, a competition began to see who could take down the evil witch. They gathered all the rocks they could find and started throwing them at my corpse as hard as they could. The stones ripped through my decomposing flesh, exposing bits of bone. Eventually, they settled on a winner, the one who had torn off the most flesh, and went on their way. And when they were gone, birds flocked in to take their place. I know! This game does not let up, does it? The third day and night came and went, and at sunrise on the fourth day I received a visitor. Watch your step, madam. The crucifix is this way. Mother? Is it his mother? Everything I had been through. After everything I had been through, I thought nothing more could possibly affect me. I had sunk as far down into the abyss as I could go. However, Mother. It is Mother. God fucking damn it! Just stay in your house, you old bitch! I knew it was her instantly. She was older and bonier than I remembered. She had bags under her eyes so dark they looked like bruises. Her once lustrous blonde hair had faded almost white. But I would always recognize my own mother. What are you doing here, Mother? Can they leave this poor boy alone? What is... Every time I'm like, all right, Michel, you've been through enough. The game's like, no! More on Michel. What are you doing here, Mother? Father. In the 13 years since I had last heard Mother's voice, it had grown raspy and weak, but there were still distinct traces of it in the woman who had raised me, who had stayed at my bedside when I was sick. Though I lacked a physical body, I still felt a deep, piercing chill at the sound of her voice. Father, this is not my daughter. I did not birth this accursed thing. No, I am her victim. For years I suffered at the hands of this witch. She stole my daughter away from me, endlessly tormenting me, trying to ruin me. A demon. You're a demon. Mother, I despise you, you foul, hellish monster. I loved you. You took everything from me. I could never bring myself to hate my birth mother. I feel nothing but revulsion for you. I loved you. An eternity in the fires of hell would be too good for you. I often disagreed with the things you said and did, but I still remember the feeling of your hand in mine as I lay sick in bed. I have absolutely no relation to this demon. I kept writing you letters, pretending to be a girl for you, because I didn't want to hurt you. This is not my daughter. I couldn't stand doing it. Whenever I sat down to write one, I came out a horrible wreck, even worse off than before. But even so, send this monster straight to hell. I didn't want to break you, Mother. I didn't want to push you any further off the edge. Quickly, set me free of this accursed thing. But I suppose I still did end up breaking you. Please, be at ease, madam. The Lord has heard your prayers. He wants you to cast the demon into the cleansing fires. He wants you to show him that, as you say, you have no relation to this unholy thrall. I'll gladly send this vile creature to the deepest pits of hell with my own 2 hands. What the fuck? Her eyes swirling with every hateful emotion imaginable, Mother took the torch from the priest and tossed it into the pile of straw spread around the base of the cross. The flame crackled as it spread upward, consuming my body and filling the square with the putrid stench of burning flesh. Through the cloud of smoke, I could see a faint smile on Mother's lips. Mother, I'm so sorry you had to give birth to me. When the inferno had devoured everything, and the cross itself came crumbling down, my soul was finally released from that place. Or rather, I suppose it more shattered. The things I saw, the things I was made to watch, were harrowing. Morgana had been right. The anguish that came after knowing happiness was greater than anything I had felt before. It eroded my spirit, drained me of the willpower to bear the sight of the world after death. But rather than give in to hatred like Morgana had, I despaired of myself. I didn't curse or bear a grudge against anyone. I prayed for my own extinguishment. My soul began to crumble, neither ascending to heaven nor falling to hell, but fading into darkness everlasting. My fingers were the first to go. It's not your fault, Michel. Absolutely. Then my eyes, then my mouth. All sound vanished into nothingness. My beating heart, and all emotions that had once taken root within it, scattered like leaves upon the wind. My soul, completely, wholly decomposed. I couldn't stand to allow my soul to return to the living world, no matter what it might take residence in. Is that why the white-haired girl happened? Some length of time later, I began to hear a sound, muffled and indistinct. No longer human in form, I had no ears to speak of. But the sound gradually increased in volume. It was a voice. Where are you, Michel? What are you doing? I'm still praying. I'm still wishing for you to appear before me forever and ever and ever. And ever and ever and ever and ever. I've been praying for so long. I don't even know how long it's been. Before you left, you said you were going to pray too. You said you hoped we could meet again in another life. I'm not misremembering, am I, Michel? Come back to me soon. That was Giselle. As if drawn in by the sound of that voice, bit by bit, I began regaining some of what I had lost, but it took an incredibly long time. My body and soul had been ground to dust. I had rejected myself, scattered it into the void. It would take several lifetimes to find and reassemble all those pieces. So that's why it was 500 years before anybody showed up. Michel, all I can remember about you is your name, your glassy white skin, your fiery red eyes, and your snow-colored hair. Nothing else. I had thought my mind, my body, my spirit, and my heart had all been eradicated. But every time I heard that voice, I thought, I must return. Well, thought is perhaps inaccurate. It was not so much a conscious idea as an instinctive force. The voice slowly buried the overwhelming pain I had suffered in both life and death. I began to search for the source of that quiet, constant whisper echoing in the emptiness, chasing after that tiny fleck of light, the one thing in the world that seemed to desire my presence. Michel, I'm no longer the girl I once was. I've built a thick cocoon around myself, a cocoon I can't break free of, my own protective shell. Yeah, it took 500 years to reincarnate. It's still, my own protective shell is devouring me. I'm waiting for you, Michel. Waiting for you inside my shell. Always waiting. Will you be able to recognize the person I've become? Please, Michel, get me out of here. At long last, I found the ray of light I sought, and I had an absolute certainty that if I followed it, I would reach the source of the voice. I had to find them. I had to set them free. I desperately had to give back to them what they had given to me. And that sense of purpose is what set me back into motion. But the void was so expansive, so endlessly deep, that reaching the end of the trail of light was no easy task. Struggling to follow it to its source wore my barely held together soul thin until it crumbled apart once more. Again and again I lost myself. I can't account for how much of my time chasing after that light. The gaps in my memory are large and frequent. Nevertheless, after countless cycles of breaking down and reassembling myself, after hundreds of years of wandering, I finally found my way back to that mansion. And when the two of us had our long-awaited reunion... Oh, so Michel never did reincarnate into the white-haired girls. It took him more like almost 1,000 years to reincarnate. And when the two of us had our long-awaited reunion, neither of us were our old selves any longer. Yeah, I knew his soul, he couldn't have had the same soul as the white-haired girls. Because they were all girls, you know? That was some shit Morgana was pulling. Neither of us were our old selves any longer. In my endeavor to return, I had worn my soul down to almost nothing. I was but a vague shadow, completely devoid of memories. And so this is us at the beginning of the game. This is us from our perspective. Since we haven't played the game yet, we don't remember anything. So seeing the whole history of the mansion was Giselle trying to jog our memory, but then we end up jogging Giselle's memory too. And that was the beginning. We met each other anew, lost and broken, devoid of life. The darkness here reminds me of my time in the void, of the despair that filled my shattered soul as it sunk into the endless abyss. The maid is Giselle. Yeah. That's what Giselle became. Yeah, she forgot all about herself. She forgot she was Giselle, and Morgana eventually, when her mind was totally broken, Morgana was like, "You're the witch, you're me, haha." Yeah. She does. She does. Of the despair that, of the emptiness I felt as my body crumbled and faded into nothing. Michel, the poor soul who is named for an angel and born with a curse, made to bear an unfairly cruel fate. I am the only one who sympathizes with you, the only one who understands your pain, the only one willing to help you. I'm sure you're not feeling particularly fond of me right now. Not after I made you relive the past you so wanted to forget. Every moment of that despair, and not after I revealed to you every last secret to the woman you love. But you must face the truth, my dear. You put your life, your very soul, on the line for this woman, and even she would not accept you. You were faking that shit, I swear to God. But as I have said before, that's the normal response. She's no worse than anyone else for it. You simply aren't something people can accept. You believe that even if your family wouldn't, that even if your dear brothers wouldn't, Giselle would be able to accept you for you. That she alone was different. That she alone was special. That she alone wanted you in her life. That she alone would extend her hand for you. You never doubted that, did you? This is your last-ditch attempt to make Michel give up. I see you. I see you. But Michel, hope exists to be crushed. And the stronger you cling to that hope, the more you have to lose. You can hear that, can't you? Her mocking you. Yeah, she won't. Yeah. Scorning you. Because, before this whole interlude, Michel was doing his best to get Giselle out of the house, even if it destroyed them, just to get her away from Morgana. And so this is I feel like I'm suspecting this is Morgana's last-ditch attempt to get Michel to give up on everything and stay. Rejecting everything that defines you. The revulsion in her voice. This is the woman you fought so hard to get back. I don't believe that was her. Listen to it, my dear. Focus on her voice. Disgusting, disgusting, disgusting. No! Stop, please. I don't want to hear it anymore. It seems so. It's a bit ambiguous. Yeah. We're kind of not in the realm of the living right now. We're kind of in shadow ghost world right now. The mansion between eras, when the mansion gets new masters and stuff, it literally changes location. So it's kind of an interdimensional mansion. It like exists in the land beyond and sometimes comes back to physical reality in a different location. Make it stop. Can you blame her though? For hundreds of years she waited, trusting you. And you came back to her a woman, more than once. If you think about it, you betrayed her first. To adjust the stories to why the mansion is there in the timeline in each era. You're right. There's always a story with it. No, stop. Don't. I didn't. Tell me, what was it like? How did it feel to be born and live as a woman? You spent your life insisting you weren't a woman, and yet your soul chose a female body to return in. All those gaps in your memory were from your lives as the white-haired girl. Oh my god, it was the same soul, but I still call bullshit. First there was the kind, mild-mannered, flaxen-haired boy. You, a woman, and he, a man, were joined in love. And then can we leave Michel alone? This is enough. And then there was the deranged man-beast. By exposing your female body to him, you were able to temporarily contain his madness. Morgana needs a hobby so bad, besides revenge and tormenting Giselle and Michel. And finally, there was the man obsessed with money and power. You were his wife, ever faithful, waiting patiently for him to remember his love. You put your faith in the wrong person's love. How can you expect her not to be disgusted? She was forced to watch again and again as the man she loved was reborn as a woman and had relations with other men. Would you like to know what you're doing right this moment, Michel? You're crying. Crying, as you have done so many times before. Literally, stop it, Morgana. Those tears, they wash away your dignity. Would you also like to know how you look right now, Michel? You've reverted to your final moments, both in body and in heart. Take a look at yourself, my dear. Your body, incomplete, only partially male. The wounds still fresh and raw, pierced by your brother, whom you trusted completely. You're crying again! Oh no! I'm sorry, Enrique, no! Oh no, I'm sorry. And the knights whose ranks you dreamed of joining. Even now, your blood still flows from those wounds. They will never heal. Not so long as you remain yourself. Oh no! It's not pleasant, is it? It hurts quite a bit, doesn't it? I did not inflict those wounds on you, though. They are your own, and no one can erase them. You've lost everything, Michel. Tell me, what do you have left? You were robbed of your pride, your dignity, your life, your identity, your very existence. And the love you thought you still had. Well, she's gone and left you behind, too. And you refuse to curse, and still you refuse to curse anyone. Why do you not take what you deserve from those who stole everything from you? You have every right to vengeance, and I'm offering you the means to have it. Really? After 1,000 years, this is what this is all about? You just want Michel to curse everybody? So you both can be mad at the world together? That's literally all this is? Curse them, my dear. I cannot curse anyone. You disappoint me, Michel. But if that's what you want, if you won't join me in my hatred, then so be it. I will accept we are not as similar as I once thought. And as much as it pains me to do so, I will release you. I will even wish for your reconstruction into the body you desire. You shall descend into the mortal realm as a human man, never to set foot in this cursed mansion again. Imagine it. After waiting for so long, you will finally be able to obtain the body you so desperately seek. She wants someone to be like her so that she feels validated. I can see that, but this is too much. To have a wife and create a happy family of your own. Wouldn't that be just lovely? I'll make that wish for you, my dear. You can have that life. All you have to do is walk out the door. It's that easy. Just let go. Let it all go, Michel. There's no choice. Oh. Don't listen to her. Oh, that was the opposite of timed. Oh my god. The fact that I waited. Ah! Don't listen to her. I knew it! I knew this was a lie. Don't trust anything she says. Don't trust anything she shows you. Michel, you told me you believed in my love. That if it could survive for hundreds of years, it must be real. So don't start doubting it now. Bad ending avoided, Pog. Let's go. Open your eyes, Michel, and look at me. Listen to me, please. Listen to the sound of my voice. Michel, will you listen to what I really think? How I actually feel. I knew it! I knew it! I knew it! I called it! Motherfuckers! I would never, ever push you away. Do you remember what I said, Michel? When you broke through the cocoon I had built around myself, I said that I would never come to hate you. I still stand by that. My feelings haven't changed in the slightest. Ooh. I might have to look back and see some of the, bad endings. Although I think I missed the save on this one. But there was a chapter select thing. Maybe I can do that. Okay, same on Reek. From this point on, it's a landmine of bad endings. Should I save? That was okay. Fuck it, I'm saving. Fuck this, I'm saving. Not right now. Okay. I don't care. I'm saving. Time to keep making constant saves. I know, right? There's still like 9 hours of the game left. Holy fuck. This game is gonna give me gray hairs. Like Michel. It doesn't matter what kind of past you had or what kind of secrets you kept. I still love you. You accepted me, Michel. I spent hundreds of years trapped in this place, watching as tragedy after tragedy befell its residents. Slowly losing my grip on myself until I had been twisted so far I could tell them like stories with a cold smile on my face. And despite what I had become, you still took my hand. You still said you loved me. No matter what horrors you've experienced, I will always and forever take your hand. The final part is brutal? Even more than this? What the fuck? Michel! Giselle, please have faith in me, Michel. Don't believe what some illusion says. Believe me. Believe the real me. You have it backwards, Giselle. The truth is, I never once doubted you. What? I never doubted your love. Michel, I despised myself. I hated that I was so weak. I couldn't even bear being rejected by a phantasm made to look like you. I didn't want you to see me like that. I didn't want you to know I was so weak. To see my past, to see me now, a pitiful, unsightly mess. I couldn't stand the thought of you seeing any of that. If only in your memories, if only for you, I wanted to be gallant, to be a man. I wanted to be the man who never cried, who never showed weakness, and who died trying to protect you. I didn't want you to know that I was so weak, that I was such a sad, frail person, and not even a real man. Michel, I didn't want you to see that. Morgana was telling the truth. I opened the door to our past in order to bring you back, but that wasn't the whole story. I kept details about myself out, things that would make me look bad. There's no one as shameful and reprehensible as me. I know, if Michel survived everything until now, I don't know what he can't survive. For real, you didn't even see the torture he was put through the last time. Like, he was made to physically experience everything that Morgana went through in her life, which involved, like, getting her arm cut off, getting bled all the time, getting cut everywhere someone could possibly get cut, like, being left in a massacre, a pile of dead bodies, like, and then, like, the whole mansion was filling with blood because she was trying to, like, freak him out. And in order to even open the door to, like, rescue Giselle and find find Morgana or whatever, he had to get the keys from, the ghosts of the 3 men that Morgana had cursed. And one of them involved, putting his arm into, like, thorns, like, of a rose bush, and totally ripping up his arm. And that was before that having been made to, like, feel the feeling of actually getting his arm chopped off. So, like, all of that's already been happening, as well as reliving, you know, all of the stuff he already went through by remembering. So yeah, I agree. I don't know what he can't survive, yeah. No, Michel. There's no one in this world as admirable as you. You remained true to yourself to the end. No matter how bad things got. Day after day you fought all alone, despite being put through hell. Yet you chose not to curse those responsible. Only once did you ever consider cursing someone, your father. I remember that day very well. I was too stupid to realize it at the time, but you did that for me. The one time you ever wanted to curse someone was for me. Give yourself a little more credit. You did, perhaps, come off as a bit inscrutable, but deep down, you're truer to yourself than anyone. Your motivation's simple and pure, your heart full of kindness. Know that you're a wonderful, admirable man, Michel. Yeah, I've been feeling that too, Enrique, like, you're allowed to cry. You should cry after all of this. Being manly is just shitty. Be proud of who you are. That doesn't change how much suffering I put you through, Giselle. I was the white-haired girl. The girl in the portrait was me. It was all me. I came back more than once, showing up a woman, then disappearing again, hurting you completely unaware, pushing you away, leaving nothing but tragedy in my wake. I'll never forgive myself for what I did to you. You couldn't help that. You never would have done that on purpose. Have faith in yourself, Michel. Follow your heart. I know it was a secret you didn't want revealed, but for me, I couldn't be happier to know the truth, because it shows just how incredibly much you love me. And not only in life, the hundreds of years I spent trapped in this mansion, you spent searching for me. In that vast, empty, hopeless void, you heard my voice. Your love guided you to me. When you had lost everything, Your love for me still lived on. Even as it tore you apart, you kept fighting to make it back to me. A few blanks in your memory don't account for how someone so fiercely determined could suddenly become a different person. I agree, something's fishy. But, Giselle, how am I supposed to believe that? How am I supposed to believe that wasn't me, when everything about us is exactly the same? You are not the white-haired girl, Michel. Have faith in your own heart and the things you stand for. Have faith in your true self, in the person you are, the shape of your soul. You were never the white-haired girl, and you never will be. Remember when you first arrived at the mansion, Michel? I took your hand, and together we watched dozens of different lives play out. Were your memories anywhere among them? It wasn't behind those doors you found yourself, but in the remnants of the months we shared here. Was the white-haired girl anywhere in your memories? You are Michel, no one else. But that doesn't change what my body... I know you, Michel. I know who you are deep down. I love you from the bottom of my heart. And I want you to understand that, to know how I feel. Though we only shared our love for a month in life, it was enough for me to wait hundreds of years for your return. And you fought with everything you had to make it back to me. You are the greatest man I have ever known. Giselle! How is it? You always manage to see straight through me, Giselle. To give me exactly what I want. That smile, that single ray of light in the endless dark. To say exactly what I've so desperately yearned to hear. The words I've sought for countless years. Giselle! I reach out for her, but she's begun to fade, her outline hazy and blending into the surroundings, and all I manage to grab is empty air. I want more than anything to feel her warmth right now, the sensation of her skin against mine, but there's nothing there. Please, Giselle, don't leave my side again. Don't worry, I'm right here with you. Oh no, it's just, oh, Giselle's there. Giselle's there. Don't worry, I'm right here with you. I'm not going anywhere. Giselle, put your hands on my shoulders. Wrap your arms around me. I can't. I want to so much, but I can't feel you there at all. You can, Michel, I promise. Close your eyes. Now reach forward slowly. You can feel me there, can't you? That's my finger, and that's my hair. Those are my eyes, and here are my lips. Here's my heart, where I keep all the feelings you gave back to me, and my love for you. In body and in spirit, I am all yours. Can you sense me here beside you? I think I can. Now, hold on and don't let go. Please, do not let go of my hand. You know, it's kind of funny. We're like two awkward kids around each other. You two sure are. It's so charming. Bound together by a love so amazingly powerful. Yet, we have only ever held hands a few times, and embracing is like some incredible achievement for us. This is so real. This is so true. And we're supposed to be full-grown adults. Kiss me, Michel. We never got the chance while we were alive. Giselle. Or are you going to tell me to wait again? Not this time. I feel my way around the emptiness where she is. Her skin white but not pallid. Her slightly flushed cheeks dimpled by her smile. She doesn't look like a corpse? Her lips, which at times called me master and at times called me Michel. Her entire being. This woman who accepted me as a man, who even in death continued to bring me back from my darkest places. She is my everything. I feel a faint breath against my neck, somewhere between a sigh and a giggle. I feel her warmth, which I thought I would never know again, the soft touch of her skin. I envision her face before me, where I'm sure she is, with her eyes closed. I know, I keep thinking Morgana's gonna interrupt things too. And I press my lips against hers. It's a quick, clumsy affair, just a little peck. Not the kind of kiss two grown adults might be expected to share, but nonetheless, a gentle warmth spreads through my body from the place our lips touched. It's a sensation so pleasant, so nice. I can hardly believe it's real. Our surroundings dissolve, and the world takes on a new face, a plane of tranquil light created by Giselle, into which the mansion's darkness slowly seeps. The difference is, now I'm not afraid to step back into it. All it took was that single, irreplaceable moment to change my everything. Though I can't see her there, I can feel her presence right beside me, her heart, and that she too can feel mine. I won't falter anymore. I'm through hesitating, wavering about in fear of my own weakness. I will look to the future. I will believe in myself, because she believes in me. I'm done carrying the chains I created for myself. I have work to do. No more looking away from my responsibility. As the light dims and the darkness begins to take over, I hear her voice in my ear. Michel, can I ask you to lend your hand to someone? You've set me free, and now I'd like you to do the same for her. I knew it! We have to break Morgana's spell. She needs to let this go herself. She keeps telling Michel to let go, but she hasn't let go. This is something I don't think anyone else can do. Only you can rid the mansion of its darkness. I'm here with you too. So let's open the final door together. The true final door. We can put an end to all this tragedy. I know we can. Now, off we go, Michel. And do not let go of my hand. Giselle. So Morgana's got another door? I thought we already had a Morgana door. Morgana door 2! Giselle. Reality fades back into view. I'm looking at neither the endless, eroding darkness nor the visions of my past, but the sea of blood spreading in all directions. So we're finally back in where we were before, the blood all over the mansion. I'm standing at the top of the observation tower outside the door. I've returned. Back in Morgana's world. Her bitter, hate-filled, curse-fueled world. To tell you the truth, I didn't see this coming. This is my mansion, my domain. She was supposed to be locked up. But it would seem my will is not as absolute as I had thought. What would you call that? The power of love? Is that what allowed this to happen? How trite. Where's the magic, the miracle? I can think of one other reason she was able to escape, and it's the only way we'll be able to find the power we need to cast off the darkness of this house. But first, before we do anything else, we must open this door. Whatever nonsense that woman filled your head with, it certainly seems to put some fight into those eyes. Oh, holy moly. Donnie, hello! Welcome to the stream! Welcome, welcome. Holy moly. Have you played this game before, Donnie? Certainly. Alright. Well, good for you, my dear. A little confidence boost doesn't erase the fact that you were on the ground, crawling through the filth like a worm, tears streaming down your face as you tried to ignore what lay before you. A little self-esteem isn't going to make you any less helpless when you step through that door. But that won't stop me from trying. You got past the part that made me cry. I know! Same! I was so shocked. I was almost crying, but like, I think I was just so shocked that, and felt so betrayed, because I believed in him, that, that kind of overtook it. But I can see, definitely, yeah. I'm done acting like you're some inevitability, some force of nature. It's time for me to take a stand, Morgana. The air around the door has a distinct chill to it as I place my hand against the wood's surface. My arms, once bloody and lacerated, are now whole again. I can feel my entire body, everything back in its rightful place. I take in a breath, lift my head, focus my gaze on the door, and push it open. Resting on the back of my hand, I can feel another palm, soft and warm. Through the single window sitting high atop the wall shines a ray of light. A black butterfly flutters within the beam. Its form is indistinct, wavering like a mirage as it slowly descends to the tower floor. Are we gonna see Morgana? Oh my god, we're gonna see Morgana! And then from within the darkness, a person appears. Is that you, Morgana? How does it feel to finally meet the real thing, my dear? I knew you were young, but you really are still a child. Having heard her tale, I know she died still a girl. And I know that she came to bear so much hatred for the world. But knowing and seeing are two very different things. The sight of her bony, adolescent body is a painful reminder that she never had a chance to know happiness, to know adulthood, before being robbed of her life. I had assumed monster would be your first reaction, with a face, with a body like this. How very sweet of you, Michel. So tell me, what exactly do you mean to do now that you're here? Your ultimate goal was, as I understood it, to take Giselle back. But she's no longer here for me to return to you. She broke out of my cage and exhausted what remained of her soul to show herself to you. I cannot perceive even a trace of her presence any longer, but Michel can. So I presume her soul shattered, dissipated into nothing. No, she's right here beside me. Is that so? You seem to believe as much anyway, which only makes your presence here a bigger mystery. Ah, I know. You want revenge. I made you miserable while you were alive, and I continue to torment you in death. You entrusted me with Giselle's life, and I used her for my own ends. You must despise me. Hatred fills you. You want to curse me, to kill me. I think you're projecting, girl. My death could well mean the end of all this. Shall I grant you that wish? She flicks a finger, and the next second, a long sword clatters to the floor at my feet. Take the blade in your hands, and like the knight of old who executed the witch, pierce my heart with it. Do now what should have happened then. You always wanted to be a knight, didn't you? Go on, pick it up. Show me your revulsion, my dear. Morgana, I do have a reason for being here. I came to save you. Did you hit your head on the way up? You came to save who? I spent so long trying to look away when I should have been trying to look deeper. To tell you the truth, your constant chattering in the darkness evoked more than annoyance in me. I empathized with your loneliness. I bear no hatred for you. It was my despair that brought you back to life, so that makes it my responsibility to end this. My own wish has given me all the redemption I need, my dear. Or should I be expecting another self-righteous lecture about how hatred does you no good? Brilliant, Michel. Brilliant! Do you have any idea how absurdly presumptuous you're being? Trying to force your idea of redemption onto someone who has no interest in it. If the tale you showed me was the whole truth, then I would have said you could revile those heartless men as much as you pleased. But I refuse to believe that's the whole story. The men I saw beyond the first 3 doors had genuine concerns and worries. They felt things, real human emotions, even if those things ultimately led them down a path of destruction. Wanting to do something nice for the one you care about, being disgusted at the things you've done, hiding your urges from those around you. You certainly couldn't call them good men, but they were real people with real conflicts. So you're saying I'm lying? Well, I can't say I blame you. Who would believe the word of a witch? I don't think you falsified your account, Morgana. The tragedy, no, the grisly reality you described, I don't doubt any of that happened. You wouldn't be here otherwise. But I've learned something in my years. Reality exists from more than one perspective. That doesn't change what happened. That two-faced young man deceived me. The beast severed my arm. And the greedy, power-hungry lord used me for his own personal gain. Events by themselves do not tell the whole story. Only when you take into account their circumstances, what they've thought and felt, their perspectives, only then can you say you've reached the truth. Your point being, are you going to march down to where their souls are and ask them for their perspective? Don't waste your breath. They'll only tell you what benefits themselves the most. Then we do it our way. We open the door to your past. And if I refuse? This is my domain, my world. It operates in accordance to my will. The door won't open unless I allow it to. Were you aware, Morgana, that I recovered my first memory in front of a mirror? You what? I've been thinking about that. The first time we heard and saw of anything of Michel and Giselle was this little scene where you can look into a mirror. The same mirror Giselle used to practice her smile. And in all those hundreds of years, bits of her memory came to reside within it. Every time she stood before that mirror, she had me in her heart. And next, I saw one of my own memories play out in my bedchamber. It was the first day after we opened the windows, when she lit the morning sun into my room. That day was a turning point in my life. And why are you telling me this? Because it means this world doesn't belong only to you. It's also hers and mine. And that is why she was able to break free. Your wish is, without question, the most powerful of anyone's here, and you have more authority over this place than anyone else. There is no denying your position as master of this mansion. But Giselle and I, we too have influence over this domain. I was the one who resurrected you, and she who served as your guide. So the door will appear, whether or not it is your will. Their souls reside here as well. They may spin convenient tales, but the memories ingrained upon their souls can tell no lies. All the pieces are on the board. The door will open. Say the door does open. What does that change? Nothing those men may have thought or felt can take back what they did to me, this rotting, broken creature they turned me into. I don't care what was going through their heads. They will never have my forgiveness. My hatred is unwavering. My wish will not be undone so easily. Their souls shall suffer for all eternity. Before we begin, Morgana, let's get one last lingering question out of the way. Actually, I think no. There was a big old fire right at the end. Yeah, that was the one thing that didn't happen to her, was burning, but there was a fire set on the day of her death. Yeah, she is really well written. I'm glad they're going in this direction. Let's get one last lingering question out of the way. And what might that be? Who the white-haired girl is. That's your lingering question. We've already established that was you, Morgana. I knew it! I called it all this time that was Morgana. I knew it! I knew it! I knew it! So in a desperate plea to deny you came back as a woman, you're now trying to make me into her. That is perhaps the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. That was you. That was you, my dear. Don't avert your eyes. You must face reality. I'm not averting my eyes, and I'm not in denial. I have faith. Faith that I only ever made it back to this mansion once, when I awoke in the rocking chair beside the fireplace. Ha! Nevertheless, that hardly justifies accusing me of being that foolish girl. What made me think the white-haired girl was Morgana? Before we knew about Michel at all, you know, whenever they censored the white-haired girl's name, I thought it was censoring Morgana once I learned Morgana's name. So I thought that was her name every time, the white-haired girl, but then I was wrong and it was Michel. But, also, I just didn't believe that was Michel's soul in those girls. Because they were just not the same. You know, they were both determined, yeah, but that was about it. But yeah, I've been kind of, so I kept thinking, so since then, I figured maybe it was a trick Morgana was playing just to torment Giselle, but I guess we're gonna learn the truth. How could you possibly think I was her? Never have I not been present in these walls. Not even while she was alive and in the claws of tragedy. My hair is not white, nor my eyes red. And look at this horrid, festering face. How could I ever become her? How your soul appears is irrelevant in this case, Morgana. I will uncover the truth about you. Things even you don't know. And if I can show that you were, in fact, the white-haired girl, in that moment, will your reality be rewritten? Alone, calling me out like this. Maybe, who's to say? Who's to say? If you're so confident, then be my guest. Find out for yourself just how little you're capable of. Blackness fills the observation tower once more. Yeah, at the beginning I didn't even know about Michel in the first doors. I mean, yeah, but I mean, when I was, you know, after I learned about Michel, and I was like, who is the white-haired girl? And after I learned about Michel, I just couldn't believe they were the same people, even though they looked similar. It just didn't make sense. But maybe I was just saying that because, like Alone was saying, it was too brutal for me to accept. There might be some truth in that too, just after I learned about everything. Morgana fades into the distance, leaving me alone in the dark stream. It was intuition. Ooh. Do I got good intuition? It's a darkness I've seen, felt, and been consumed by numerous times since arriving at the mansion. But this time I welcome it. Yeah, I kept thinking, you know, it was over and over that she was a witch. And she kept being accused of being a witch because of her appearance. And she was even chased after. You know, put an association in my head of her with the witch of the house, you know. And she always kept coming back to the house, generation after generation. Yeah, exactly, her reappearance. That didn't happen to anybody else. And Giselle doesn't count, because it was just her one life, never stopping. Praying that beyond it lies a truth, with the power to release all from the house's grip. This next tale has no narrator. I won't sit back and listen as someone recounts the path of faith for me. No, I have to find the path for myself this time. I don't know what awaits me beyond the black. But no matter what it may be, so long as I have the power to provide redemption, I must never put down my sword. Now, let us open the door. The final door. The final door. What times? Who knows? However, it did have, four... You love this store? Oh, good. I brought you some food. It's the longest as well? Really? Interesting. Actually... I think I was maybe pushing my voice too hard. I ran out of water a long time ago and never finished. That's why we might not finish this week, and never refilled my water. But also, it's almost dinner time. I'm not that hungry though. I could refill my water and then go at this some more. I think I'll just take a little break then. I'll be right back.
Au manoir, je n'arrêtais pas d'écouter cette voix, la voix de la sorcière que j'étais le seul à pouvoir entendre. J'étais dans les ténèbres, et toi seul me prenais en pitié. Je me noyais, je me laissais porter sans essayer de comprendre ta haine. En fait, j'aurais dû vous faire face depuis longtemps, à Gisèle, à toi. Au manoir, je n'arrêtais pas d'écouter cette voix, la voix de la sorcière que j'étais le seul à pouvoir entendre. J'étais dans les ténèbres, et toi seul me prenais en pitié. Je me noyais, je me laissais porter sans essayer de comprendre ta haine. En fait, j'aurais dû vous faire face depuis longtemps, à Gisèle, à toi.
I'm back. Thank you for your patience. Okay. So here we are in the final door. I brought you some food. Oh, okay. Well, I'm glad you seem to be engaged. But yes, rest is important alone. Either way is fine. You have to eat something. Yeah, the music is so good. You barely touched your food yesterday. Come on, please. Just leave it there. Her hands aren't bound. She can eat whenever she pleases. But she's not going to last much longer. The boy has a point. If she won't eat, we'll lose our supply of blood. That's not what I meant. Leave it there. Well, we'll be back. Oh, so that's totally, Mel's sister. I so gotta do Umineko one day. That's totally, the previous Nelly. Do you really have to go? Yeah, things are pretty hectic right now. And when do you suppose you'll be back? Tomorrow, same time as today. And you'll have enough time to talk then? Will you? Yeah. Are you hiding something from me? You're acting kind of funny. You're my sister. I wouldn't keep anything from you. You're not yourself, though. What's so different about me? Well, you're not acting much like a prince. Ah, right, of course. Don't worry, I'm still your prince. Same as always. Good night, Nellie. My princess. How did I end up in this mess? I never wanted this. All I wanted was a quiet life. Someone get me out of here. Take this thing somewhere far away. Tell me it's not all my fault. Oh God, I'm begging you. Just make it all go away. Someone, anyone, get me out of here. Look. The stars, they're beautiful. I knew she was the nun. I called it. Though with it so bright out, I worry someone might see us. Everyone's long gone. I hope so. Are you ashamed? A little, but I still want to be with you. Have you ever considered leaving the convent? You can't just stop being a nun, you know. I think it's been like 6 years since you played Umineko. Took you a long, it's like 200 hours. Ah, I've heard. Oh boy. So you were on and off. Yeah, I gotta do those sometimes. I just didn't really want to do it on PC for like the way my brain works. I need to put Umineko on the Switch, then I'll play it with you guys. Took you like a whole year. Damn, it's like watching One Piece, except it's a visual novel. It's not that simple. I've made vows, sworn my life to the service of God. I was not aware. I don't know much about this land's traditions. If I were to leave the church, it would have to be in my next life. Yes, I've got the Revenant's edition, and yeah, I have a few friends like Enrique here who hasn't seen the other stuff. So I am going to do that. So stay tuned. Yeah. I'd like to be a normal girl, lead a normal life, get married, have kids, and before I know it, I'm an old lady. You're excited for that? Yay, I'm so glad to hear it. Oh, I'm so sorry it escaped my notice that you followed. Thank you so much for following, Danny. Thank you. I think, I don't know why, but my laptop has been doing this thing where sometimes I usually have sound alerts for most of this stuff. This game is your brand of strawberry jam. All right. I have sound alerts going for all this stuff, but oh, thank you. Yes, I'll be doing this today and also tomorrow and on Friday. But man, I think, okay, long story short, I think the audio for my browser might not be working right now. So I can't hear sound alerts, which sucks. And I don't know why it does that. It only works when I restart my computer. So I'm gonna have to switch to my phone whenever I end up reading somewhere today. Yes, I did know that Umineko was like a mystery. I think I knew about that more than everything else. All right. Thank you guys. All right, I'll keep going. Get married, have kids, and before I know it, I'm an old lady. Thinking, it was an uneventful life, but it was the best I could have asked for. That's what she wanted when she got reincarnated, too. That's my dream. That sounds very peaceful. I hope we can be together in our next lives, too. Have a nice, quiet life together. Unfortunately, Morgana makes it end really horribly. It'll be a city on the water, looking out over a beautiful, glimmering emerald sea. The blue sky spreading as far as the eye can see. The sound of the seabirds squalling by the port. The two of us sitting shoulder to shoulder, just looking out over the city. Doesn't that sound wonderful? It certainly does. I would love that. The Harvest Festival. On the day of the festival.
Je n'arrêtais pas d'écouter cette voix, la voix de la sorcière que j'étais le seul à pouvoir entendre.
3 days until her death. They're gonna start like Majora's Mask countdowning this. Oh my god. Wake up. Please wake up. Come on. Open your eyes. Michel. Oh, what? We got Michel in the corner? So that's why we don't know when Morgana's life happened? The only door that does not tell us the year. Interesting. Ugh. So bright. I'm outside? The the light feels like needles in my eyes. The first thing I see beyond the mansion's darkness is blinding light. The sun glares mercilessly overhead. A gentle breeze blows past, and I can hear birds chirping from several different directions. Each breath I take fills my lungs with the scent of earth and grass. So much time has passed since I've been in the light. I almost feel like I'm alive again. No, not almost. What's going on? What on earth is this? Is this the era Morgana lived? Michel! Huh? Oh, thank goodness, you can hear me. Giselle! Giselle! Oh, this is different. Good morning, Master. I hope you slept well. Giselle, is that voice really you? I swear it's me, 100%. Not that mean old phony. So don't you worry. No, I believe it's you. I just was not expecting to be able to hear you here. I did say I would always be by your side. I'm relieved. But where are you, Giselle? I can't see you anywhere. Well, I'm not exactly sure myself. You don't know? I don't know how to describe it. It's pitch dark all around me, like a black smoke churning in the darkness. It feels a lot like inside the mansion, but I don't think I'm actually in the mansion. So you're still trapped in the void then. I can see a shimmering light off in the distance through the fog, and I can hear sounds coming from that direction. It's like the outside world is leaking through the light. I can see the trees rustling, hear the birds singing. I can't see you though, or so I assumed I was seeing through your eyes. And I thought I'd try getting your attention. So that means you can see everything I can? Seems so. Though I don't think I can see quite as clearly as you. I wish you could be here to feel this too. Experience it in my place, even. It's a bizarre sensation. Well, I could see and feel the worlds beat through the other doors. It was strictly in the capacity of an observer. We were merely watching, not actually present in the tales. But this time, it's like I've been resurrected and dropped into the world as a participant. It's all so vivid. Everything the mansion lacked, it's all here and I can feel it so clearly. I wish you could have been the one to experience this. It's okay, Michel. I know you'll dispel this darkness I'm in, won't you? I will. I'm more than happy just being able to hear your voice and being able to see what you see is like a miracle. I, too, am glad to know you're there, to have the chance to hear your voice again. Thank you so much for saving me. If you hadn't shown up, I wouldn't be here. No, I should be thanking you. I was overjoyed to learn how much you really cared about me. There's so many things I want to say right now. So many things I want you to know. So many thank yous. And so many I love yous. Hey, is that really the best response you've got? Surely you can do better than that. You're embarrassing me. I am somewhat disappointed by one thing, though. I can't get any hugs or kisses since I'm not there in person. Oh, come on. You're not very good at this, are you? And you're not very good at picking up on how much you're embarrassing me. I'd expect at the very least a me too. We should start by figuring out when and where exactly this is. You're not even trying, are you? I'm doing the best I can. Please don't ask any more than this of me. It's okay, though. I might not be able to see you, but we're together either way. You know, Michel, I think I might be able to help, too. While I can't be there in person, I can give you ideas or another point of view when you're not sure about something. With the two of us together, we'll find a way through this. Yes, we will. Where to begin? What do you say we get our bearings, list out exactly what we need to take care of? That's not a bad idea. I'm a bit frazzled at the moment, to tell you the truth. What? Why? I had assumed we would just be observers, like with the other doors, searching their memories for clues. I never expected I'd actually be thrown into their era. True, it's not at all like the other doors. No matter how the rules may change, I'm seeing this through to the end. If our guess is correct, and we have arrived at Morgana's past, then we need to uncover the truth behind those events. Or rather, the three men's circumstances. What they felt, what drove them. My gut tells me there's something to be found there that even Morgana doesn't know. I could be wrong, and it's possible that even if I am right, what we find won't do anything to quell her hatred. But we won't be talking her out of it, that's for sure. Words won't break through that kind of animosity. We need something bigger. Something she could never have imagined. Something that will turn her entire worldview on its head. The white-haired girl might be a good place to start. She showed up at the mansion again and again, as though led there by some supernatural force. And she was involved in all three men in some way. I can't think of anyone else with such deep ties to both the mansion and the men. But at the same time, I have a hard time convincing myself that the Morgana we know and the white-haired girl could be the same person. They're about as different as two people can be, which actually leads me to believe there's something there. There must be something. Some secret we haven't figured out yet that we can use. So let's find it. It won't be easy. If we are in the past though, I wonder, maybe we could change it? This could be a huge chance for us. I don't know if it works that way. Change the past. Yeah, we could prevent Morgana's death, or we could stop whatever led them down this path. There's an idea. Well, I guess it's worth a shot. If it's actually possible, maybe we can do something. Yeah, it's worth a shot. Better than letting what happened to her, I guess. No matter what, if anything, that might do. The question is this world really... Now I'm getting kind of pumped. I've got my game face on and I'm ready to do this. Doesn't do much good if no one can see it. It's a figure of speech. Okay, first things first. We need to find the mansion. Morgana should be at the top of the observation tower, and the three men shouldn't be too far off either. So the question is, where are we? Do you recognize the surroundings at all? I never really left the mansion, so I'm not especially familiar with the lay of the land. Give me a little spin, would you? As she requests, I slowly spin around in a circle. Yeah, interdimensional time shenanigans would disagree. I suppose so, but... Oh, sorry about that. Okay. And through the dense woods, I spot a cluster of what appears to be stone formations. Squinting to get a better look, I realized they're buildings. It's decently far off, but appears to be the edge of a city. I think that might be the village I stayed at for a while. It's a bit big for a village. Don't you remember what Amadei said about the village's history? Amadei, that bastard. Yeah, I know you want to punch him in the face. Michel, you didn't think something uncharacteristically vulgar just now, did you? Wouldn't dream of it. Yes, I remember. He said it was once much larger, and that it was destroyed in a single week by the witch's curse. Except rather than a curse, it was probably disease. If that's the same city, then it fits what Morgana said happened. I believe he also said something about there being a large bridge on the outskirts of the city. And following the path from there would lead to the mansion. So let's head down to the city. All right. You don't sound very enthusiastic. Are you nervous you might have to talk to someone? Don't worry, you've got me here. Don't treat me like I'm antisocial. You're not? No, that's not what's bothering me. It's something about this whole thing feels off. This world we're in. Never mind. I'm probably overthinking things. But now's not the time for that. We need to get moving. Let's go. Rather than waste time fretting over details, we need to get to the mansion like she said. Everything else comes after that. With each step, I can feel the earth compressing beneath my feet, the grass flattening. As I weave my way through the trees toward the city, the sensation of having a living flesh and blood body slowly returns. Mel! Wow! Looking good. A white-haired man just appeared out of nowhere. And he's talking to himself. I gotta get away before he does something. Hold it right there, Mel. You don't get to call me crazy and then just run off. How do you know my name? How? Why wouldn't I? We were just in the mansion together. Huh? Mansion? What are you talking about? Right. He hasn't become the shadow in the mansion yet. I doubt I would forget seeing someone as unusual as you. So naive, Michel. Yeah, same. I'm like, really? That's how you're gonna react? Who are you? And where did you come from? How do you forget such critical information for real? Where? I'd like to know that myself. Say something, Michel! He's not getting any less suspicious of you. You have to come up with some way to break the tension. Improvisation isn't exactly my strong suit. I am God? I was sleeping in a tree? Should I pick I am God? Which one should I pick? I am God? I know the less suspicious thing to say is I was sleeping in a tree, but what do you guys think? Which one's better? At least they're giving me time for this one. Do it, I am God. I am God? Michel, even I wouldn't believe you if you told me that. I already regret it. You're one of those pagan missionaries, aren't you? You did it in your playthrough as well. Here to spread the word of some other new god. And now he thinks I'm a loony. No, he thinks I'm loony. I should get going. Hold on, you can't leave until I've made a better impression. My parents raised me not to talk to scary people like you. I'm with you on that one, Mr. and Mrs. Rhodes. Oh God, this is a disaster. I was joking. I didn't actually mean I was God. Stop looking at me like I'm mad. That still doesn't explain how you knew my name. Have you been stalking me? Why would anyone follow you around? It was all a coincidence. You look a lot like an acquaintance of mine. So imagine my surprise when it turns out you have the same name as him. Okay, we'll go with that for now. He would probably trust a bear before me at this point. Anyway, it would seem that, like Morgana's, I'm the only one who can hear Giselle's voice. Regardless, you wouldn't have any luck converting anyone here anyway. Again, I'm not... Wait, hold on. Why do you say that? Everyone around here worships the Saintess. Sometimes I think she's got even more followers than God the Father himself. She's practically her own religious figure. The Saintess? You've never heard of her? She's a nun down at the church. Everyone calls her the Saintess. So he's not talking about Morgana. No, actually, I have heard tales of her. I would be surprised if you hadn't. Anyway, in a few days, we're going to hold a festival at the church to celebrate the spring harvest. So while that's going on, I don't think you'll have much luck proselytizing. I'm forever doomed to be a missionary in his mind now, aren't I? When exactly is this harvest festival? In 3 days. You should stick around for it. 3 days. Morgana died when the bell tolled noon on the day of the festival, which means she's got that much time left. This will be the first time we've held the festival, so everyone's excited to make it into a big event, something really memorable. And a young girl is dying behind the scenes of this seemingly pleasant celebration. Oh no, you don't know. There are bad endings within the door? Oh no! I thought maybe it would just kind of run smoothly like the other doors, but no, I guess not. I guess I'm gonna save. Save again? Maybe. Haha. Just save every 30 minutes, okay. If her death is 3 days from now, that might give us enough time to do something about it. Could I ask you to show me the way to the church? I would like to join in on the festivities. Sure, yeah, of course. The church's doors are open to all, friends and family and heathen missionaries alike. So mean, Mel. It's not far. Follow me. Thank you. It didn't occur to me until now, but this really is a strange experience. This is a boy from a completely different time period who I have never had the opportunity to meet. If he's here, then presumably the other two are as well, which means Morgana's wish for their reconstruction was actually granted. This Mel doesn't seem like any different a person than the one I observed through the first door. Yet he played a part in Morgana's imprisonment. I have trouble believing he would voluntarily involve himself, though. I was scared for a minute there. That could have gone a lot worse. Plus, we managed to make contact with Mel in record time. She's interacted with him and the others before, so I guess this doesn't feel as strange to her. Oh, you don't want him to hear you talking to yourself again. That's why you're not saying anything to me, isn't it? Actually, I think I can talk to you without speaking. Can you hear me? How are you doing that? I want to know too. I have a lot of experience talking to ghosts. So, well, that's true. He's just talking to himself like he would talk to Morgana inside of his head. That really drives home how bizarre things were for you in that mansion. Were you not in similar circumstances when it was you and Morgana together? Yeah, now that you mention it. What a bizarre time we've both had in that mansion. You're just now realizing this? So what's your impression of him? My impression that he's the same as Mel as always? That he's the same Mel as always? In a little more detail? He's an amicable young man. Nice enough to show a complete stranger around. I agree. In Morgana's version of the story, he betrayed her. But he doesn't seem like the kind of person who would enthusiastically do something so malicious. He had to have had some reason, and we need to figure out what that was. The question is, how do we go about it? We hardly have enough time to earn his trust and convince him to tell us himself. I'll just have to put the knowledge I already have to good use. Oh, that reminds me. Huh? Something that might explain it? No, about Morgana. When you were alive, she was always right there with you, like I am now, right? Whenever it struck her fancy, yes. She didn't seem to care when or where. She would just start talking whenever she felt like it. Whenever? For the most part, yes. Anytime she wanted. Giselle? You don't have to worry about that with me. I know when to keep my mouth shut, promise. Oh no, is she thinking about when, Oh, whatever. Let's just keep going. What? You said you feel like you're alive again, right? My 5 senses all seem to be in working order. Which means you'll also be getting hungry, tired, sleepy, and you'll, you know. Oh, she's like, all right, I won't watch when you go pee. You'll have to go to the bathroom. I'll be polite and close my eyes and plug your ears while you're doing it. Thanks? What would possess her to bring that up? Does she even realize what she's saying? Oh gosh, now I'm red as a tomato. That answers that. Moving right along. We need to discuss how we're gonna go about this. Right, that. The Harvest Festival is our deadline, which doesn't give us very much time. We need a plan for when we arrive at the mansion. How about we spill their secret? Tell everyone about the girl they've got locked up in the tower and force them to set her free. Surely they wouldn't stand for that. Perhaps, but would anyone believe me? If I walked in and said I came from the future and that I know what's going to happen, would anyone actually buy that? Sure, with enough convincing. Even if I did manage to convince them, the tower door was locked in Morgana's rendition of the tale. You need 3 keys to get inside. Mel should have one of them, but stealing his alone won't be enough to get into the tower. True. And Yuki Masa is liable to like fucking murder him just because he feels like it. If Giselle is right, and we can save Morgana and change the future, then that would indeed solve everything. But something about this whole situation still doesn't sit right with me. I have to do more than just set her free of that tower. I have to find the truth as well, as I initially set out to do. Regardless, I would like to try and stay on everyone's good side as much as possible for now. Okay, I'll do whatever I can to help. I appreciate it. I mean, as you know, conversation is not exactly my strong suit. Which means it's my job to hit the brakes whenever you say something stupid. It's a bit too late if I've already said it. Anyway, step one is to get ourselves into the mansion. We can't hope to make contact with the other two men, much less get Morgana out of there if we're not staying nearby. I'll do what I can. We're almost there. See the big building in the distance? That's the church. It is the same mansion as I suspected. Seeing it now, knowing what horrible things happened there, is so disheartening. Are happening as we speak. In the tower we see in the distance, Morgana's locked up all alone. I wish we could just march in there and set her free. If getting into the tower were our only goal, we could probably force our way in and with a little work. Is something the matter? Mel, I could probably overpower him and get his key. Hello? But the other two, that almost certainly wouldn't work for. Can you hear me? Oh, yes, sorry, I was lost in thought. Seems kind of strange, doesn't it? What does? I mean, it doesn't look much like a church. At a glance, you'd think it was some noble's estate. So it does. I spent so long in there, it never even occurred to me. I was pretty surprised when I first saw it myself. A peculiar place, all told. There's a chapel inside the mansion with this gorgeous stained glass window. It's quite the sight. Do you know why it was built like that? I'm, not actually sure myself, no. Anyway, I'll show you to the chapel. The Saintess should be there too, so I can introduce you. All right. On our way to the mansion, we passed through a courtyard of sorts. When I lived here, the area was overgrown with weeds. Apparently they keep it in better condition in this era. Following Mel's lead, we head through the chapel entrance. Oh my. I'm at a loss for words when I see what lies on the other side of those all too familiar doors. While it was barely recognizable as a place of worship in my memory, just 2 columns of battered pews and some piles of rubble. The room I'm looking at now is unequivocally a chapel. So this is what it used to look like. I wonder how far back this is from when we lived. It has to be more than a decade or two, maybe 100 years or more. The views and the beliefs about the world prevalent in our time are not so different than those of this time. Perhaps the chapel was destroyed in the aftermath of the Harvest Festival. When I was first sent to the mansion, there were signs that repairs had been attempted. The stained glass window is behind the pulpit, I'm guessing, though we can't see it from here. And right next to it is the door to the observation tower. Ah, there she is. There's no priest here. She runs the church. You'll want to talk to her first if you're planning to participate in the Harvest Festival. I'll go fetch her for you. Whisking his way between the pews, the boy disappears into the back of the chapel, returning with a nun in tow. When I see her, my face twists for a brief moment. Good afternoon. You came to see the festival, I hear? It's wonderful to have you. Is that who I think it is? I'm all but certain at this point that all the major players from behind the 3 doors are present here. Not just the 3 men whose shadows remain in the mansion, but also the women who are important parts of their lives. Though dressed differently, the way she speaks and the way she holds herself resembles the woman killed by her lover behind the second door. They're all connected. What we thought were 3 separate tales, all stretch back to a single point in time before our own. Yep. Is there something the matter? No. I was just thinking how unusual it is for one nun to be managing an entire church by herself. Ah, yes, that's the usual reaction from new visitors. Even I think this assignment is a bit over my head. Assignment? Ah, well, I was at another church before this one. A smaller building, and I wasn't the only nun. But the Lord of the Land ordered me to transfer to a new, larger church when he was opening. So here I am. The Lord. There's plenty of space on the property, more than enough to provide shelter for orphan children and aid for the sick. It seems rather vacant from what I've seen. Yes, about that. We used to take people in, but circumstances have made that difficult of late. What kind of circumstances? It's not something I can discuss with an outsider, sorry. I'm guessing it has to do with Morgana's imprisonment here. Do you think she knows about Morgana? I would guess not. The men swore to keep it between the 3 of them. So she's being forced to oversee the mansion, completely oblivious of what's happening here. Which isn't to say she's not connected to it in some way. If she's the girl from the second tale, then she should be close with... Is something troubling you? No, my apologies. I got lost in thought. You don't look it, but you're actually a bit of a daydreamer, aren't you? Daydreamer? Mel would fit that description much better. What? Why? Do I really look like that much of an airhead? Ooh, I can see that. Someone has to watch out for him or he's likely to lose his head in the clouds. Yeah, I think I might be ending soon. But thank you so much for hanging out, Danny. It's so great to meet you. I hope you're along for this ride. Again, I start at 12 noon Pacific time. I'm not sure what time zone you're in, but if you look at my schedule tab on my channel, it should translate your time zone. Oh, same time zone, yeah. Then I'm starting at noon tomorrow. Sweet. Yay, looking forward to it. Awesome, thank you. Ooh, exciting. So I'll just maybe go to the end of the scene and then save. I really don't think I'm that spacey. I'm not trying to say you're spacey. I just feel like I've got to keep one eye on you at all times. Oh, you'll stay? Oh, okay. Thank you. It's a lot like what I imagine having a little brother would be like. I am an oldest child, you know. What's the big deal? You don't want a big sister? Well, I want you to be my little brother. I don't want to be just a capital S sister to you. That's so stiff and formal. No, I want to be your sister. Oh my god, like her and that boy on the beach. Remember them? Like Javi, exactly. I'm a little old to be playing make-believe. Oh, come on. They're quite friendly with one another, it would seem. Oh, I know. Why don't you become her brother then? What? Will you? I will not. Besides, I'm clearly the oldest one here. Why not? I don't think it matters who's older than who. You don't really act all that old anyway. I have at least 10 years on you. Your youngest child insecurity is showing. Well, insecurity? You two are pretty good friends, huh? We can discuss the veracity of that claim later. I would like to ask you a favor. What is it? I'll gladly help with anything I can. Could I perhaps borrow a room until the day of the Harvest Festival? I don't have anywhere to stay. Or a source of income for that matter. I know it'd be taking advantage of your generosity, but I only mean to intrude for a few days. I would be more than happy to offer you a place to stay at any other time. But right now, I can't let you stay here. I'm so sorry. Interesting. Well, damn, so much for that. Don't let one little no stop you. Keep pushing. Put on a show. Earn her sympathy. She's a lady of the cloth. If you make her feel bad for you, she'll offer you her aid. Put on a show? You expect me to act? I'm having another episode. And I was so sure this church would be able to help. That's not gonna convince anyone. Quiet you. He was perfectly fine on our walk here. Shut your mouth, boy. That cough? Oh, thanks. As I said, we did once offer a place of respite for the ailing and needy, but regrettably, for the time being, we are unable to take anyone in. What I can do, though, is give you medicine. Since we can't let people stay here, with the Lord's generous assistance, we've been handing out medicine instead. Oh no, she's gonna hand out the witch's blood. No! So all you do here then is give people medication? Yes, I suppose that's what it boils down to. I'm honestly not sure why we're not allowed to offer shelter right now, but we are still able to provide assistance to those in need, so I assume it's just a temporary measure and we'll be able to take people in again before long. That must be because they're keeping Morgana all cooped up. And with how much he's done for the church, it's not really my place to complain about his decisions. I truly am sorry. I hope you understand. I'm supposed to ask for a tithe in exchange normally, but just this once it's yours, free of charge. Could you tell me more about this medicine, please? It's wine mixed with blood, Morgana's blood. Don't drink it. It's called Saint's Blood, and it'll cure any disease. Saint's Blood? It's not real blood, of course. That's just what it's called. It is real blood! Mixed with wine. It sure sounds divine, doesn't it? No, that's not true. Huh? It is real blood. Oh, got Mel. Got Mel! What do you... sorry to butt in. Do you mind if I bring him back to my room? I don't think I mentioned it, but he's an old friend of mine. We've got a lot of catching up to do. All right. Hey, come on, this way. Ooh, he got him. Well, that sure got quite the reaction out of him. And now he's incredibly leery of you. When she mentioned the blood, I couldn't stop myself. I probably should have kept my mouth shut, though. Ruh-roh! He got Mel attention for sure. Mel doesn't say a word the entire way. His smile has retreated, and there's a hint of fear lurking beneath his now stony expression. I spend the trek through the mansion's corridors pondering how to answer the questions I know are coming. How to solve the problem I put myself in. We enter a bedroom, presumably his, and he closes the door behind us. I can see the distrust in his eyes as he glares at me. Yeah, maybe this is where I should stop. So, ooh, we're gonna pick up at someplace spicy tomorrow. I should probably just save this one over. Cool. All right. And thank you guys so much. This turned great. I am enjoying it. Man, it was so much pain getting to this point, but now that we're at this door, I really like how this is turning out. This is really cool. And I'm glad it's kind of going in a direction I was like hoping it would go in, that it wasn't just all misery, you know, that they were gonna try to solve the problems is what I've been hoping for all this time. So yeah. Biggest surprise moment, I think, was definitely DDA. Well, DDA shocked me today, for sure. But, I was pretty surprised that Yukimasa was actually a person. That the beast was Yukimasa. That one took me a bit for me to grasp. To like wrap my brain around that, be like, what? Huh? What? Yeah, so that, I guess that the beast thing with Yukimasa really sent me for a loop. Oh yeah, I was so surprised by Maria being evil. That shocked me. I thought she was just doing her best to like be friends to both the white-haired girl and Jacopo. And then when it turns out she was a bad actor in the literal sense, or like in the, you know, in the bad actor sense, I was like, oh my god, Maria. Yeah, that did throw me for a loop. And I remember the moment I kind of realized in Mel's time that the white-haired girl was related a little before they got to the point where they just said it out loud. What about Aimee being horrible? That didn't shock me so much. That didn't shock me so much. I was disappointed in her for sure. But I didn't think she would go that far. But that being a part of her didn't shock me. Yeah, Aimee was just tragic, yeah. The way she was talking, she made it clear she was like very much of the status quo. The way she'd talk with Michel and stuff. So, it didn't shock me that she ended up behaving the way she did, even though she went totally overboard and I was like horrified with her. But it wasn't that shocking to me. Maybe some of the things she ended up doing to Michel shocked me, but I wasn't all that surprised, I guess. I guess I was only shocked that she would go so far, I would say. The fact that she had a turn like that, I didn't feel that surprised, yeah. Being in favor of the status quo and being a psychopath is a bit different. I think by that I mean she was playing the game, you know. She called court life a game and you got to play it, you know. So she knew exactly what she had to do to like get what she wants, the like marriage and moving up in society and things like that. And because she's very aware of everything, I think just being in favor of the status quo doesn't like someone like that who fully embraces the status quo because she uses it to her advantage, I think, isn't much a surprise when they turn out to be a terrible person. Do you get what I mean? Yeah, exactly what Danny's saying. Yeah. It's so cool that this game is so nuanced that we can talk about stuff like this, though. I love that kind of stuff. Yeah, I'm really cool. It felt like such, like, climbing a mountain to get to this point. Not in a bad way, but, you know, it's kind of like you just had to, yeah, I guess some people are selfish, yeah. But they have a line that they would cross, like, enjoying torturing each other. No, I know. I know, no, I'm not saying she's not. It is worth it, yeah. I just meant, like, I wanted them to get to a place where they could fight back and solve the problems. And now that we're finally here actively trying to solve the problems, it's like, oh, I can take a sigh of relief. We're working on the issues and see if people don't have to be mired in misery forever. I think in Aime's case, I mean, people like, so many people have been mistreated so horribly in this story, right? I think it's more of a, it's easier to kind of, detach your humanity if you perceive someone else as not human. Yeah, 86% catastrophe and tragedy. So I think Aimee had a point when she said that the face she was putting on for everyone, and the one who, the girl who, like, enjoys needlework and stuff like that they're all her, and that this face that she's showing to Michel is also her. I think she had a point there. Yeah, DDA stings so bad. I'm still mad about that, for real. I think with Aimee, it's like, she stopped seeing Michel as human, and that allowed her to kind of detach enough to treat him so horribly. Yeah, victims of their environments, yeah. He did it because he was a coward. Ugh. Man, I still hope that, I know that's Georget that's in that painting of the landscape. And I really hope that they get the chance to talk, him and Michel. I want to see that so bad too. Oh my god. Anyway, I guess I should find someone to raid, huh? Let's see. I should have had a tab open already. Oh well, let me see. Oh, okay. Yeah, there's a lot more to dive into, and I'm looking forward to talking about this more tomorrow for sure. I love this discussion. All right, I'll see you guys tomorrow. All right, I'll see you tomorrow, Danny. Thank you so much for hanging around, and so great to meet you. All right, if this page will load, I'm see who's on. Ooh, there's some cool people on. I guess I should check if somebody else is, one, playing Fata Morgana right now, and two, behind where I am in the story. Let's see. Nope, it's just me. Again. Alright, let's see what Kiwichi's doing. Let's see if the audio is indeed not working on my browser. Yeah, it appears that way. Yep. Alright, I'm gonna set up an earphone so I can actually hear what she's saying in her stream from my phone. It's so sad that I have to do this. I need to get a new computer. But we're gonna go raid Kiwi. Oh, sorry, I went too far away from the mic. We're going to raid Kiwichi. She actually raided the stream with Fata Morgana last week when we were, I think watching the first time, you know, Michel got found in the tower and murdered and stuff. And, but yeah, Kiwichi is an artist and makes really cute things. So let's find, let's go see her. I'm just getting her stream on my other device real fast, and I'm gonna type her in for the raid. All right. Typing it in. All right. And it's in. All right, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Today was great. Thank you so much. Bye.
Like I was saying,